Thanks, everybody, for attending. Good evening to everybody. We'll start out first with the invocations and the Pledge of Allegiance. That'll be led by Trustee Freeman.
Almighty and merciful God, we ask your guidance and blessings upon this board, students, parents, patrons, teachers, and administrators as we are assembled here this evening in the common pursuit of this great nation's wealth, our children. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Freeman. Well, once again, welcome to everybody. This is one of these meetings. We enjoy all of our meetings, but we get the chance to recognize our students, teachers, and staff, and others. It really makes it exciting, so we're looking forward to that. Before we officially call the meeting to order, there's a few things the board would like to review some of the rules for conducting our meeting. Now, the order of business for this meeting is set out in the agenda, and one item that you may notice is the consent agenda. This item includes things that are considered routine and/or of recurring nature. All the items listed on consent agenda will be acted upon in one motion. If there is a consent agenda item which anyone here would like to address, please sign up to that item to speak to it, and we'll pull it from the consent motion and discuss it separately. The purpose of our meeting is to conduct board business, and that's the reason it is held in public. It is not a public forum. However, we do provide the opportunity for audience participation. If there's anyone here that wants to address the board during an agenda item or citizens to be heard portion of the agenda, again, we ask that you sign up on the sheet that's located at the entrance to this room. This is so we don't overlook anyone who would like to speak to the board. If we have some that do sign up, we'll review the rules for addressing the board prior to that later in the meeting. Now, is there anybody else here that wanted to address the board, didn't have a chance to sign up yet?
Yay!
Oh, yeah, that's good timing. Okay,
Come on.
so we'll go ahead and close that part out. And we'll go ahead and officially call the meeting to order. And to let our board know, we're going to change the agenda flow just a little bit. And we want to go ahead and have the opportunity to do the recognitions first, if the board members are okay with that. Okay.
Let's go.
Dr. Kraft.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, members of the board, and of course, welcome to our audience members. We have some very, very special recognitions, lots of state qualifiers, world qualifiers, and so without further ado, I'm going to ask you to join us in front of the dais. I believe Mr. Perez is going to announce the groups, and like I say, this is really a special, special opportunity for us to not only appreciate all of our students and their hard work, but also their parents and loved ones who have also joined us. So again, to our students, thank you all for being here, and we are so very proud of you. So like I say, if I can have the board join us, we'll get started.
As the board is getting in place, my name is Barry Pettis, Assistant Superintendent for Communications, and I'm honored to serve as your MC tonight. I think I passed my audition at the R&R event. We are here tonight to recognize some outstanding staff and students this evening. It's always very exciting to be able to present before the board the incredible talents and accomplishments of students, staff, and campuses. I would like to begin with a few instructions, though, since there are so many students and honorees tonight. We will go in the order of the agenda, and we've reserved this front row to my left for a photography area. So if there are any parents or visitors who want to come up and take a picture of their student, please feel free to do so. Please anticipate when your honoree will come up and use the photography area before returning to your seat so other parents can use that space. Honorees, we have put certificates on your seat. Please bring them up with you as you come to be recognized. And in addition, we have left a name card. It is a color-coded name card on your seat. We're going to ask that you bring that name card up with you. When you come up, you're going to stand to my left. You're going to give me the name card. I'm going to call your name, and then we'll signal you when you will come to the front and be recognized in front of the dais by our board. We also have provided a very nice backdrop, so if you don't get a picture this evening, parents, there is a backdrop as you enter the front doors of NAC where you can get pictures before you leave the facility tonight. And so tonight we're going to begin our recognitions of some student athlete state qualifiers. So first up, or maybe I should say first to tee up and to the starting line, we have a bunch of student athletes who were state qualifiers. The golf season in Northside was a hot one this year, with many NISD student athletes doing well. We have over 360 high school varsity golfers in our district. Northside golfers compete in the toughest region in the state. Players and their families must be totally invested in their golf games with year-round travel, hours of lessons, and physical and mental training. And this year, we had two standouts from Brandeis High School who went on to qualify for the state tournament. So, from Brandeis High School, a golf state qualifier, we have Addison Kirkue. Junior Addison Kirkue made her second appearance at the state finals. She is one of only 12 athletes that earned the trip as individuals. For Addison, golf is a 365-day-a-year commitment. She regularly wins on the junior tournament tours and is looking forward to playing golf in college. In addition to Addison being the team's three-time MVP, she is also an outstanding student and has earned first-team academic all-district throughout her high school career. Next, maybe moving a little faster pace because we're going to move now to track and field state qualifiers, many of whom broke district, regional, and state records. There are more than 1,900 high school students who compete at the varsity level. So I'd ask them to come forward at this time, and I'll share some amazing statistics about each one of them. We'll begin with Ayanna Webb from Harlan High School. A senior planning to attend Baylor University to run track, she has been a state qualifier since her sophomore year. This year, she was the bronze medalist at state in the girls' triple jump. She holds multiple school records here at Harlan in the following events: long jump, triple jump, 100 hurdles, 300 hurdles, and part of two relays, the 4x200 and 4x400. She also holds the district record in the following events: 100 hurdles, long jump, and triple jump. She holds the regional record in the triple jump with a mark of 41 feet, 10.75 inches. Ayanna Webb. Also from Harlan High School, Ava Salas. Ava is a senior who is part of two relays that hold the school record, the 4x1 and 4x2. She was an area qualifier in the 100-meter dash, regional qualifier in the 4x1, and state qualifier in the 4x2. Despite starting the season with an injury, she continued to work hard and do her best to go back on the relay and help her team out to win another district title. Ava will be continuing her track career at Hastings College in Nebraska. From Harlan High School, Torin Taylor. Torin is a returning senior who has competed on varsity since her freshman year. She is part of two relays that hold the school record, 4x100 meter and 4x200 meter relays. She was a state qualifier in the 4x2, but also a regional qualifier in the 4x100 and 100 meter dash. Torin also holds the school record in the 100 meter dash with a time of 12.05 seconds. Torin will continue her track career at UIW as a Cardinal next year. I stand corrected. Next, we have Addison Shoemate, also from Harlan High School. As a freshman, Addison ran on 2 varsity relays and competed in the Open 100. She was a state qualifier in the 4x200 relay and a regional qualifier in the 100-meter dash, as well as the 4x100-meter relay. She is part of the 4x1 and 4x2 that hold the school records. Addison is also in the top 10 in her class rank. Anthony Durojaye is from Harlan High School. He is a junior with a very self-driven work ethic. He has been a varsity track athlete since his freshman year. He is a very coachable kid that does everything asked of him and more. He has a definite team-first mentality. He is also a 2-sports athlete and plays basketball as well. Next, we have Peyton Matthews from Harlan High School. He is a junior 2-sport athlete. He is also a member of the Harlan football team. Peyton definitely leads by example. He is a gifted athlete with a huge drive to be the best in whatever he does. Peyton Matthews. Representing Harlan High School tonight also is Tate Taylor. Tate is a sophomore that has taken track and made it a passion. He is a very technical runner, and it shows on the track. Track is definitely something that he works extremely hard to perfect, and he is quick to lend that knowledge to teammates. His awards and records are numerous, but takes a backseat to his ability to make his team better. Some of Tate's accomplishments include Harlan record holder in the 100 and 200 meter dash. He holds the district and Gus Stadium track records in the 100 and 200 meter dash. 2024 District 29 6A champion in the 100 meter dash and the 200 meter dash. 2024 District 29 and 36A area champion in the 100 meter dash and 200 meter dash. And the 2024 Region 4 regional champion in the 100 meter dash. In addition, the 4x100 meter relay team of Javari, Anthony Payton, and Tate are the 2024 District 29 6A champions. Tate Taylor. From Harlan High School, this is Coach Leah Tumlinson. She is a head girls track and field coach. Followed by Coach James Williams, the head track coach from Harlan High School. Continuing with our track and field state qualifiers, continuing with our track and field state qualifiers from John Jay High School, we have Shinice Davis. Shinice embarked on her athletic journey at Zachary Middle School and has continued to excel at Jay High School. She is a 4-sport athlete participating in volleyball, basketball, soccer, and track, and just a few of her accomplishments include 400-meter dash state qualifier, 400-meter dash school record holder, 29 6A basketball all-district defensive MVP, MVP, 29-6A girls soccer all-district honorable mention, 200-meter dash district champion, 200-meter dash district record holder, 200-meter dash, 400-meter dash, and long jump area qualifier, to name some of those. Shinice Davis. And the John Jay High School head girls track coach, Tiffany Reyes. Now from Warren High School, we have Nick Ross. Nick has run track for Warren High School since his 9th grade year. Nick is one of the hardest workers ever to have been coached, according to his coaches. He works hard on every phase of his track workouts and in the classroom. He exemplifies what it means to be a student athlete. Here are just a few of his accomplishments. He broke 3 school track records this last season in the 100-meter dash, the 200-meter dash, and the 4x100-meter relay. He finished 3rd in the 100-meter dash at the Texas Relays, the regional champion in the 200-meter dash, and regional runner-up in the 100-meter dash, and he qualified for the UIL state track meet in both the 100-meter dash and 200-meter dash. In addition, he's an honorable mention academic all-state and team captain, Nick Ross. And from Warren High School, head boys track coach, Nolan Mills. Now from O'Connor High School, Waylon McKenzie. Waylon has competed in discus since his sophomore year. Waylon has consistently improved each year through his hard work, determination, and passion for the event. He is a student of the discus throw, watching film on not just himself, but professionals too, and is very coachable. Here are just a few of his accomplishments. 3-time district champion, 3-year area qualifier, 2024 area and regional champion, school record holder in discus, and Waylon will be going to throw for UTSA next year. And from O'Connor High School, coach football track and field coach, Derek Tesh. And now from Sotomayor High School, we have Elijah Hernandez. Elijah is a two-sport athlete that excelled on the basketball court and on the track. He possesses extreme work ethic, accountability, and servant leadership. Here are his accomplishments. He is a junior year second-team all-district basketball, senior year first-team all-district basketball, junior year state qualifier in the 400, 6th place at state, senior year state qualifier in the 400, 7th place at state. He holds the district record and district champion in the 400, district record and district champion in the 4x4, regional record and regional champion in the 400, school record in the 4x4 at regional meet. He is a team captain for both basketball and track, and he has a scholarship to the University of Houston for track. Elijah Hernandez. And the head boys track coach from Sotomayor High School, Coach David Gibbons. We now move to high school one-act play state qualifiers, specifically O'Connor. For the first time in school history, members of the UIL one-act play company at O'Connor High School competed at the state level at the Austin ISD Performing Arts Center, putting in months and months of rehearsal time. The students placed first at 5 contests before advancing to the state level. The play is about composer Antonio Salieri and his rival Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, the iconic classical era musician. A little side note, the state competition was the same day as the O'Connor prom. So the students had to skip the prom because, as it is said, the show must go on. When all was said and done, the high school students came in 6th in the state, which is an amazing accomplishment. At this time, I'd like to recognize those students, and we'll begin on behalf of the O'Connor High School one-act play state qualifiers, Roman Alonso. Juliana Acosta. Persephone Amato. Julian Brayman. Isabel Kane. Benjamin Cottrell. Peyton Cottrell. Zoe De Leon. Vitka Dietz. Trinity Irwin. Dalton Lopez. Ina Lopez. Mark McKinney. Liam Meister. William Myers. Evan Powers. Daniel Rodriguez. Grayson Spears. Shannon Tennant. Zoe Taylor. Isabella Wade. James Watson. And the O'Connor High School director for the one-act play state qualifying team, Michael Ariano. And Guillermo De Leon, director. Oh my God. We'll now recognize two student council groups. The student councils at both Marshall and O'Connor High School received the esteemed 2024 National Gold Council of Excellence Award from the National Association of Student Councils. This is the highest award that NASC gives to student councils. Recipients consistently demonstrate the highest standards of quality, leadership, innovation, and community engagement in their operations, projects, and activities. And the students are Shayla Moreno from Marshall High School. Evangeline Rodriguez, Marshall High School. Emma Sanchez, Marshall High School. Logan Sullivan Cruz, Marshall High School. And the National Association of Student Council sponsor at Marshall, Kimberly Ahokas. And sponsor, Stephanie Schrader.
Picture. This is for Marshall. Or they can.
And now moving on to the O'Connor High School Student Council, we'll begin with Abigail Anaya. Catalina Ayala. Alejandra Barrera. Miranda Flores. Hector Frausto. Sophia Norman. Sandra Pack. And their sponsor from O'Connor Student Council, Brenda Hoffer Cullum. We're now moving to the Hobby Middle School State Stock Market Champions. Hobby Middle School students were the top winners in the state stock market game. The team took both first and second place against schools across the state of Texas. You might ask yourself, what is a stock market game? The stock market game allows students to delve into the intricate world of stock trading by investing a virtual $100,000 in real-time stock markets. Students learn firsthand the value of long-term investing via an online educational program used by Texas teachers to boost students' math, economics, and personal finance knowledge, while also improving their test scores and instilling essential skills for financial independent futures. I'm considering turning my stock portfolio over to them because Obviously, these young students are pros. So let's meet these future Wall Street giants. We begin with Hannah Nguyen from Hobby Middle School. Colette Dreyer. Bella Coronado Ponce de Leon. Maya Brown. And their teacher and advisor from Hobby Middle School, Saul Cepeda. We have gone from state qualifiers to state winners to now global qualifiers and a winner. 3 NISD Destination Imagination teams participated in the global competition held in Kansas City, Missouri this past weekend. Over 500 teams from around the state of Texas competed at the Lone Star Finals. Advancing to globals were the DI of the Tiger team, representing Briscoe Middle School, who placed first in the Project Outreach Challenge, first in Texas Extreme Challenge, and first in Instant Challenge. The Fairyologists, also from Briscoe Middle School, who came in second in the Scientific Challenge, and the Extra Extra Dragon winners team from Forster Elementary, who placed fourth in the Improv Challenge. The global competition was held just this past weekend, and the Briscoe Fairyologists came in 7th, and the Briscoe DI of the Tiger took first place. So they are first in the whole world and are proudly wearing their gold medals and displaying their first place trophy. We'll begin from Briscoe Middle School. Anvi Amith. Aaron Cedio. Lucy Cedio. Jasmine Trevino. Layla Cruz. And their proud sponsor from Briscoe Middle School, Mary Cedio. Followed by sponsor Pauline Cornforth. And sponsor Amaris Cruz. This is one team. We're going to do this one picture. Congratulations. And now we'll recognize from Briscoe Middle School, this is Team Fairyologists. We'll begin with Noah Macias, Robin Ramirez, Declan Ward, and sponsor Christopher Ramirez. And now our winners from Forster Elementary, Extra Dragon winners, Barakel Brown, Adriana Garza, Mason Rowland, Addison Holmes, Gabriela Rodriguez, Maven McCann, Brooklyn Gill, and our DIT manager and sponsor, Gemma Saunders and Patrice Bravo. Trustees, we all know that it takes a village of people to make anyone successful, and we'd be remiss tonight if we didn't take time to recognize some of those in the village daily who help these young people and staff members be successful. So if there are any staff members or family members who are here tonight in support of these honorees, would you please stand and be recognized as well? That concludes our honorees. Dr. Kraft, I'll turn the podium over to you, sir.
Okay. It was fun. We used to have it, right?
So I'll just go ahead and again, one more round of applause for all of our students and staff recognized. We know that it has been already a long day, and so this is your opportunity. If you would like to exit stage right or left, Or you can stay for the remainder of the meeting. It's really completely up to you, as there is a mass exodus. Congratulations again. We're very, very proud of you. And good luck on exams, and have a great end of the school year.
He's somewhere in here, but I don't see him. He said he's been here, but Sid,
Not roast beef. I think it's roast beef. It's actually not bad. 'Cause I don't usually eat roast beef.
Executive session early in the
Actually, we're going to take a break after this, right? Real quick.
We need the hand sanitizer back.
Oh, I know it. I know, we quit doing that, yeah.
Give just a few minutes to kind of disperse.
We're gonna take a
He's
little
here.
break.
I think we're going to swear in, or are we going to take a break?
That was an option.
Bye-bye, thank you.
So as everybody is just about out, our next item is going to be administration, but first, earlier today, we had that opportunity to say thank you and recognize trustee then Gerald Lopez. So he's done, as you all know, some very great service, and I'm very pleased we're able to recognize him. But this evening, we've got the opportunity to recognize our new trustee that's coming in, and it's always a great occasion and an honor, and very pleased that Judge Harrell will be the one to be able to administrate the oath for us. So we'll go ahead, and Judge Harrell knows how to do this by now. We'll turn over to Judge Harrell to do the administration of our oath, our next agenda item.
I think the notes. I think she put the notes there.
Yeah. And as Judge Harrell is setting up, I do want to thank that was a very well-ran recognition.
Yeah.
And I think not only was it well-ran, but just the setup, on the screen, the other things that happened behind the scene, this was really, really well done. So thanks to our staff again for having such a wonderful recognition.
Dr. Guevara, could you come join me, please? Pleasure. I'm not sure how, I think they want to do it, maybe you facing. Sure. Absolutely. Okay. You know where the mark is. All right, very good. You'd raise your right hand for me. I, please state your name,
I, Homer Guevara Jr.,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office of
the duties of the office of
Northside Independent School District Board of Trustees, District 2
Northside Independent School Board of Trustees, District 2
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and the laws
and the laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of the great state of Texas,
and of the great state of Texas.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Turn it over to you. Take care. You know what? I messed it up again. We'll do another one.
course, appreciate it.
Dr. Guevara, congratulations. Welcome aboard. This is an opportunity if you'd like to say a few words and/or introduce your family members, friends that are here with you. Like I say, this is your opportunity at the podium.
Well, thank you very much. I'm honored to be part of this wonderful board. Throughout, time, this has been a very, very outstanding board, have done well by to the taxpayers and so forth, and I'm privileged to be part of this, such a professional group of people as we move forward. So I look forward to working with you too. I do have my wife here with us, Leticia Guevara, who actually teaches here in Northside for 35 years. So kindergarten teacher. I do have my parents here, Homer Guevara Sr. and my mom, Angelina Guevara, that are here with us. My mother-in-law, Margie Cantu. My son, Derek, who graduated from Warren High School and is now a budget analyst for the city of San Antonio, crunching numbers right now as we speak. My beautiful granddaughter, Elena Margaret. My sister-in-law, Patty Cantu, who's also a teacher here in Northside, has taught 33 years, kindergarten also. And our great family friend, Ashley Gerard, who also teaches here at Northside. And how many years have you taught us? 16 years. So kindergarten and pre-K. So they have a lot of patience, right? Especially my wife. So we've been married for such a long time because she has that patience, being a kindergarten teacher. But it's welcome. I'm so happy to have them here. Thank y'all very much, and I'm ready to get to work.
Good.
Then thank you to the community. Thank y'all.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, audience members, once again, our newest trustee. Congratulations, Trustee Guevara. Welcome. And thank you again, Judge Harrell, for administering that oath, and to everybody that was here for. Welcome to the family. I know some of you are already part of the family, but welcome to the other part of the family, okay? So what we're going to do to give some time to set up, Trustee, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we've got your spot right over here to the right of Trustee Harrell. But we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and start back up with our meeting.
Awesome. Thank you.
Right. Okay, I think we're back in, we'll go ahead and get back in session now. We'll start out first with our next agenda item is our superintendent's report. Dr. Kraft.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, members of the board, if it's okay, I'm going to abbreviate my report just a little bit. I won't be too repetitive. You were able to join us in the celebrations of so many student successes, which we're incredibly proud of. Monday the 13th, we had another Leadership Northside meeting with our community volunteers and had the opportunity to review our JRTC program, fine arts, CTE, STEM programming, athletics. It was really, I feel like a really great event. Dr. Guevara, I believe, was in attendance at that meeting, and Karen, I know you were there. It was, I thought it was actually really, really informative. We actually had our last combined student voice meeting today, which was a lot of fun. I know, like I say, Dr. Blunt and Karen, thank you again for joining us. This was a celebration in the sense that we had the students reintroduce themselves, but then also provide us their fondest memory of their experience in Northside, and we fed them a lot of ice cream. But they have graduation cords now, and it was just a really neat celebration to wish them the best, and of course, we'll see them here in the coming days at graduation, but really a lot of fun. Had a great ASTA banquet once again. This is run really by our FFA officers. This was on the 16th of Thursday, and again, just knocked it out of the park. A lot of scholarships were provided to students and hardworking students, and it really was a lot of fun. I know that Judge Harrell just left, but I did want to just, again, praise him for attending our Second Chance Academy, which is hosted at Connolly Middle School. The Second Chance Academy is really a result of the recent legislation which requires particularly vaping as a mandatory DAP placement. And we knew, just based on historical trends, that we were going to have to create some form of a program. And so we did. Like I say, the Second Chance Academy, which I know Judge Harrell drove all the way in from a case he was working in Houston, really to be the keynote speaker. But I think it really had a strong impact on the students. And of course, we have seen very little recidivism back to that program, which is really promising and an indication, I think, that it's working. So appreciate Andrew Drum, principal at Connolly, and like I say, Judge Harrell. I feel like the program, in many cases, is, while it was somewhat of a pilot this year, a program that we're going to be able to look to and draw experiences from, and how we can go about mirroring and expanding going forward. So the Saturday before last, we had Story Fest, which was highly attended. I know we had well over 400 families right here in this facility. We had some great authors, and just obviously we're able to provide students books and literacy support items, and appreciate, again, our librarians for supporting that event. I know that we went from Story Fest to CCA Tiny Homes. I know, like I say, Corinne and Ms. Freeman had the opportunity to walk through some of the tiny homes associated with the CCA program in Warren High School. A lot of fun. It's great to see the progress that the students make, keeping in mind that, again, they only have about 45 minutes each day to invest in these projects, and to see a full-on tiny home transform over the course of a year and a half is pretty amazing. They do phenomenal work. I want to just real quickly, the Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association have named Leake Elementary, Esparza, Scobie, and Ott with the TEPSA Student Leadership Award. Again, this is honoring our outstanding student councils throughout the state, and to have 4 is definitely an accolade. O'Connor High School baseball has advanced, so they will be playing this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, a best-of-3 series, and it's right here in our backyard. So they'll be battling Johnson High School. They'll start on Thursday at Northeast Sports Complex, then back here at Field 2 on Friday, and hopefully there won't be the need for Game 3, but it would be back at Northeast Sports Complex. This is to get to the state tournament, so. It's been really interesting to watch. They are a really fundamentally sound team, and Corinne, I know you've had the opportunity to see them play. Don't make a lot of mistakes. They hit the ball pretty well, so I think that they've got a pretty good shot to advance to the state tournament as a result of this week. So that starts again Thursday. It's hard to believe that here we are at the end of the school year, and we're still playing sports, so which is a good thing. Had a great Partner of the Year celebration. Thank you again for your support at the sports gym. First time I think we've had it at the sports gym, but I thought the partners were very appreciative of being recognized. Bless you. I want to recognize Martha Ocampo. She is a driver at our South Transportation Station. She was named a state finalist in the Texas Association for Pupil Transportation, or TAPT. She's been driving with us for 31 years, home green students each and every day. So she's going to be recognized, like I say, later on this summer. Really, really proud of her. I want to, again, tip my hat to HR. Had a great retirement slash service pin recognition at Brandeis High School. I say retirement. I want to, service pin, yes, absolute celebration. Retirements, I don't know. I'm still a little bittersweet about retirements, but no, it was a great celebration. And like I say, well attended and well organized. So thanks again to Ben Muir and his team. On the 3rd, because we haven't met in a month, or at least I haven't reported in a month, we had our 100th NISD food distribution at Gus Stadium. So It was a great opportunity to celebrate really our volunteers who helped support that event. And then again, HEB and Excellence Awards were just a tremendous success. Julie Menz was named the first Counselor of the Year for the state of Texas. And of course, Michelle Fine, Principal of the Year at Glenn Elementary School. And Colin and Isaac were, of course, finalists. So it was great to be a part of that whole celebration, but also serve as a judge for our experienced teachers, 20 years of experience or more. And it helped me keep perspective of, you know, there are challenges that we're experiencing across districts across the state of Texas. And as I just listened and it really resonated, we've got it pretty good in Northside America. We really do. While we have our own challenges, we have a whole lot to celebrate. So with that, that's my report. We do have a video moment. We felt like that, seeing that this is the season upon us for graduation, which will be graduating just a little over 7,000, actually 7,025 seniors here in the coming days. We felt like that this special story, which was really a rallying of staff in and around one of our own, our Harlan High School student, and how they embraced him as a family to not only help him succeed, but really to help get him across the finish line here momentarily. So with that, I'll pause and we'll share our video moment, I hope.
The journeys we take in life aren't always easy. It's something Christopher Martinez knows a lot about. He's a senior at Harlan High School with a promising future. But just a few years ago, back in his home country of Honduras, life was very different.
Sometimes I was hungry and sick. It was really hard for me that time.
He had dreams of something better, someplace better. So he set out on a perilous journey to the U.S., traveling more than 2,000 miles, oftentimes on foot.
Sometimes I get the bus, and when I can get a bus, just walk.
He was only 15 years old, alone and in a new country, and he didn't speak the language.
That time was so hard.
But when his travels brought him to San Antonio, and from there to Harlan High School, he found he didn't have to be alone anymore.
I feel so confident and brave. The teachers, they are so great with me and help me with everything that I need.
He endured so much getting here.
ESL teacher Ramona Rivera says Christopher's journey to the U.S. took courage.
I know that whatever it is that he decides to do, he's going to tackle it and he's going to succeed.
And since he's been here, he's excelled at everything he does. He took up baking and selling his treats to make some extra cash. He's passionate about art and expressing himself on canvas. And for prom, he designed and created his own unique tuxedo.
He had it in mind and then he put it into play.
Now, Christopher is looking ahead to college and choices for a future he only once dreamt of.
Maybe study design or business, art. I don't know yet what I want. It's many choices that.
Christopher's journey wasn't easy, but it brought him here. And here is where he found a new home.
The best part, I think, is that now I have a family. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talk about how, you know, programs and the things that we do, our daily actions and mission is to have an impact, a positive impact on students. I think that Christopher's story is absolutely just that. So congratulations to the Harlan team, family, and Christopher. And like I say, you'll be seeing him here in, I think, just a little under 2 weeks as we award diplomas. So with that being said, Mr. President, that's my report, and I'll be glad to answer any questions if there are any by the board.
Well done. Thank you, Dr. Kraft. All right, we'll go ahead to our next agenda item, which is our board member reports. Any board members have any items? Trustee Duran?
I forgot, I pushed, you want us to do something?
Yes, just right here.
I just want to take this moment to congratulate all of our graduates. I know we'll see you at graduation, and their families for all the work that it's taken for you to cross the finish line. For some, it's been a longer journey, than others. Y quiero felicitar a todas nuestras familias y los graduados y todo el esfuerzo que han hecho para llegar a este momento. I just want to recognize that we're still in Mental Health Awareness Month. I highly recommend the mental health first aid training. If you're an educator, there is a cost associated, but it was very helpful for me, especially for those that are on the front lines doing threat assessments and dealing with students, directly with mental health issues. It was very helpful. Remember to take care of yourself as we reach the end of the year. Get the rest that you need and deserve. Today was the last day of early voting. I hope that you're exercising your right to vote if you do have that opportunity. For our new 18-year-olds, please exercise your right to vote. Do your research on the candidates that you feel are aligned with your values and make sure you do vote, okay? So that's coming up, and that's all I have for our graduates.
Good. Thank you, Trustee Doran. Trustee Harrell?
Thank you. I think, David, you sent a text earlier. May is like 3, 4, 5 events per day. I don't know what happens, but boy, they just come rushing in. And I wanted to start out by saying, I want the elementary and middle and high schools to know we love them all. Keep the invitations coming. Don't think if we weren't able to make something, it was because something else was there. It wasn't that we stayed at home and watched TV or something, that there's just so many things in May, and they're all incredible. It's just really hard. So keep the invites coming, and we'll maybe spread out throughout the year. I do want to talk about a few other set of winners. The Mayor's Youth Engagement Council for Climate Initiatives is a real council with real students on it that study various areas, housing and transportation, to name a few. Mental health is another one. But these kids come together from all over this city. Northside had the most representation. It's a highly sought out, highly selected group of students. And I'll give the names to Barry, but we had Martha and Brandon from John Marshall Law and Medical Magnet, Abigail and Nilka from John Jay SEA, Malia from Harlan, Paloma from CCA, another Paloma, Vaibahabi and Ellie from Health Careers High School, Pavanit from Brandeis, and Isabella from Clark had magnificent projects. And I was walking around going, if these kids get to carry out what their projects were about, our climate would be much better. They were very serious, they were very solemn, they were very passionate. And so a whole nother group of winners to honor tonight. I do want to thank the Library Services Department. They had a phenomenal big book giveaway at 3 of our high schools' homes. O'Connor and Brennan, I believe was the other one. I think it was Brennan that I didn't get to go to, but the grandkids love the books. We got books for my little free library that are already, kids in the neighborhood loved them. So thank you for doing that. There was lines and lines of cars with kids getting free books, and they could get them in English and Spanish. They could get them by grade level. So thanks for that. Then StoryFest, John, it was phenomenal. I did the book walk instead of a cakewalk, won more books. My favorite part, though, was they had read to a dog, and there was a little chihuahua that just looked at you in the face when you read to them, and the kids just loved him. He was so cute. Anyway, they just had so many different things for families, and it was at least 400. It was magnificent. So Library Services, thank you so much. HEB, we had winners, and I did hear in the audience, Northside won again? Because we had 2 winners, statewide winners, which is unheard of, especially the counselor one, which was new. But I heard that, like, Northside again, or you're from Northside? So yes, I am. And so it was just a point of pride to be there and celebrate. Retirement, I think the best thing I heard from maybe every 5th person is, I'm coming back. Either they're waiting a year and doing retire, rehire, or that they're coming back to volunteer to read or to do mentoring or tutoring. But they were telling us thank you, and it was really us saying thank you. That always amazes me. But it was phenomenal. one of the highlights, I'm going to cut mine short too. One of the highlights I loved was invited to the middle school cricket. It's a group of kids, primarily from Afghanistan, that formed kind of a cricket club, and Marshall and Clark play. There's some from Brandeis that play. There's a couple other schools outside Northside that play, but these high school kids get together and they have a blast. This was the middle school version, and so it was the feeder middle schools, Rawlinson, Hobby, and Rudder, that came to play at Rawlinson, and it was officiated by a couple of the Clark cricket kids. There was just so much joy on the field. I can't tell you how to play cricket. I tried to watch YouTube before I got there to figure it out. I don't get the points. I don't get the scoring. I don't get if you actually touch the bat to the ground, you're out. All these things, and then you don't know who wins until the end. And it's like, how do you know? I mean, like everyone just keeps rooting for each other, even the kids that are playing each other. And they're just so cute how they took care of each other, and just so much joy. But anyway, that was fun. I think Rudder ended up winning, if there was a winning group, but you couldn't tell because there was no big pomp and circumstance. They were just all like having a great time. So anyway, and then I just wish our O'Connor boys the best. My son played baseball for O'Connor, so we love the blue and gold. So that's Thursday, Friday, and then we'll be done. We won't have to play Saturday, right? Okay. All right, thank you. And welcome, Homer. Welcome, welcome. You too will get all these invitations to go to all these great things. So you will love it. You will love it.
Looking forward to it.
Good. Thank you, Trustee Harrell. Trustee Saldana?
With the end of the school year coming upon us, I would like to wish all our seniors the best of luck. We have truly enjoyed the student voice, which is made up of seniors, and they were so excited today and looking forward to graduation. So I wish them the best and hope that we have a great graduation. But I also want to thank all our teachers, our instructional assistants, our administrators, who have gone day by day, every week. It's been a long year for them. There have been lots of challenges, but they've done it. Our teachers have worked really hard to make the best of what they have so that our kids can be successful. Our coaches who, yes, they may get a stipend, but they spend hours and hours and hours where there is no pay, extra pay. So all our coaches who worked with our students, our custodians, our child nutrition workers, all these people come in every single day and take care of our kids in some way. Then we have all the volunteers, not only the parent volunteers, but many, many of our teachers volunteered their time, as we saw today, the recognitions that were made by these elementary and middle school teachers, and we have that at the high school. All the clubs and organizations that our teachers sponsor and don't get paid for it. They do it because they want our kids to have fun. There are many evening functions that teachers come to and work with kids. Just recently, all the senior proms that took place, that took organization, that took work. Somebody did all of that because they wanted our kids to have a fun experience. Most of all, I would like to thank our parents, because you parents are extremely lucky to be in the Northside School District. Just some of the things that I have recently been thinking about. Child nutrition. Those people work endlessly to make sure that our kids get fed, including the summertime. The parent partner recognition. There are many, many partners who help our kids and who help our district. Recently, the Go Public bus that was decorated with art, Northside had 8 winners. There are 8 kids who were recognized citywide. The tiny houses, open house. Every one of those kids that I spoke with was smiling. They were so happy and so excited about the work that they were doing. They were going to be engineers. They were going to be architects, interior designers, electricians, plumbers, construction, all of that from one little magnet school. But that was something that our district thought was important, and those kids were grateful and appreciative to be able to do that. All our athletes who give up lots of time, and the parents who give up the time to take them and bring them. The law and medicine magnet, everything that they have done, and all the competitions that they do. Fine arts, oh my gosh, we have thousands of kids that are involved in fine arts. The musicals that are held at the schools, those sponsors, those teachers, those kids spend hours and hours, and it's because of the parents who are willing to do this with their children and our teachers who are willing to take the time. Health occupation, cybersecurity, culinary arts, cosmetology, agriculture, welding, all of those programs are part of the Northside School District, and all of that is being done by teachers who care, by administrators who care, by board members who care. So we thank our parents, and we hope that we have done what you expect us to do, and that we have offered your kids many, many opportunities in this school district. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Trustee Saldana. Trustee Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Blunt. And thank you, Ms. Saldana. We have a whole lot to be thankful for here in Northside, and so many things, so many great things have happened in this school year. And I will say, as I think about that and look at the video moment, you know, we are a large, complex system, and we're not perfect. We know that. But we continue to strive to improve and to do what's best for kids. And that's extremely important. And Homer, welcome to this board. I'm looking forward to, we all are looking forward to working with you. But I think you'll find that what's in our heart is truly what's best for kids. You've heard a lot about things, these different events in May. I have a few stories to add to some of those. We had Project Acorn showcase at O'Connor this past month. They have an annual showcase of all the students that participate and schools that participate in Project Acorn, and that's includes elementary and middle school. And the mission of this is to, and these are after-school activities for these kids, to improve environmental literacy from pre-K to 8th grade. And these kids, through hands-on science projects or science activities, they engage the community in their efforts. They have projects that they showcase. They study butterflies, life cycles of insects, gardening. I could learn so much from some of these kids regarding gardening. And they just did a fantastic job, and the number of people that attended, not only participated, but also the community members that attended was just, I thought was more than in any other year that I've ever seen, so appreciate that. The FFA banquet was mentioned. I want to congratulate them, and one thing that over time, that particular organization, and we have a lot of organizations that parents help these kids. They helped. They certainly showcased what the kids had done all year, but also they awarded scholarships to several of these kids. And the one culture about FFA is many kids that have actually gone through the program, they come back and to contribute scholarships to those kids that already attend or that are in FFA, and their parents contribute to scholarships, and it continues to feed on and grows annually. So I think it's a really healthy culture that they've created through the FFA program. Tiny homes, I heard today they sold them all, so congratulations to them, all 3 of them, and fantastic homes that, maybe someday I wouldn't mind. I'd probably benefit from downsizing and living in some of those. And Helotes Elementary School, got to go to Helotes Elementary School, and I saw several staff there that day, this past week, and their GT class had a project for the entire year. They studied the effects of disease processes on human body systems like respiratory and GI and various body systems and different disease processes and viruses and bacteria, even like malaria, that affect our systems. And also, they also displayed what they learned, the poster. The kids were very articulate in what they learned, but they were also challenged to have a game so that other elementary kids in the school could participate in, win prizes, and then learn in that process. I will tell you, I stopped by this one booth, and this kid, I talked about participating, and I can't even remember exactly what the game was, but there was some glasses on the table, and the glasses had eyebrows and a nose on it. And I asked him if I had to put those on in order to participate, and he said, "Oh no, ma'am." He said somebody had stopped by, somebody from Northside, and he had stopped by and just left them for me. And I said, "Well, who was that?" I said, was it I know our superintendent was here. He said, "Well, it was somebody that had a really nice haircut." And I said, "Well, might not have been Dr. Kraft, because Dr. Kraft doesn't have any hair." And this kid looked at me all seriousness and didn't miss a beat, and he said, "Well, that's what makes him handsome." So I thought,
for the record,
I thought I'd leave that, and maybe one of your daughters came by before and talked to him, or.
No, it was me. There's a better backstory.
Oh, okay, well, maybe sometime. That's all I have, Bobby.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Freeman. You got anything? Trustee Salcido?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I want to thank the staff at Peace Middle School. We were invited to their theater performance, The Little Mermaid Junior. It was different from the high school. This was a middle school event, and they had a dinner theater. We went in, and they sat us on the table. They fed us, brought us spaghetti and tea. I was like, okay. I wasn't expecting this. I just thought it was going to be a show like all the others I've been to. So then the band came out and played their version of The Little Mermaid. They went, and then we saw the show. It was awesome. We had an awesome time. My family really enjoyed it. I want to thank Principal Cuevas and the Fine Arts Department up there for inviting us. Also, a shout out to John Jay High School. There's 3 seniors. I'm pretty sure you've seen the news. Caleb Garza, Jackson Gutierrez, and Devin Geller. Both got selected. All 3 of them were selected to the U.S. Navy Academy, where they'll be studying engineering. So, I can't wait to go talk to them. But it's a good job. I'm very proud of them. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Trustee Salcido. Just a couple of quick items also. I think we did this last month, but the visit to the Kelly Technology Center was simply very great. Well, y'all know what I mean, very good. Sorry for English teachers. It was definitely enjoyable. And that's part of our efforts within our board to go out and see a little bit more of what's going on with our district. So those visits are really great. So very pleased with that part of it. Got to be a judge at the Zachary Cybersecurity Global Program to see some of those new ideas for entrepreneurs and things they were doing. That was very good to see. Solar cars, as always, 27th year. Again, we definitely got to thank our science, both middle and elementary school, but that is a complex effort to organize. I mean, it's not just the solar cars, 1,000-something kids, but trying to coordinate, making sure the power works for a live band in the middle of the football stadium, and working through that, having mascots, having a drum line, having other things, break dancers, other type entertainment, in addition to racing some solar cars. So a lot of fun, and adult solar race cars have really gotten competitive in that aspect. So a lot of fun on that one. And thank you, Bobby, for doing all that. Oh, yeah, that's okay. No, thank you. And for our board members, Summer Leadership Institute. For those that don't know, on June 14th, we as trustees with our fellow board members in Bexar County, so it's to our Bexar County School Board Coalition, are doing a presentation at 1:30, so that's the day after our graduation, about vaping. So we're going to talk about what San Antonio has learned about and help out other trustees and superintendents administrators on our lessons learned with vaping challenges. So we'll have that going on. Okay. And then the last one I had, which this one I'm very proud of. I got through, I've been working on this for some time, and I think I finally made it, a career day with a first grade class. And keeping their attention the whole time. I had never done that before. After about 5 or 10 minutes, it's like, oh man, I'm done. But I think I made it that whole time period, so I take a lot of pride in that. So I want to bring that up. It is. It's a big accomplishment. Thank y'all. Thank you all. Thank you. And I think, one more. Trustee Duran has one more.
I just want to thank, again, all the teachers, but I do want to acknowledge Margot Jimenez, who is here, and we want to extend our deepest sympathies on the loss of your husband, Mr. Fred Jimenez. And we remember those that are gone as well at the end of the year, and all of those that retire, everyone that's, changes careers from education, all of those folks that give everything to our schools. We remember you too, and we just want to acknowledge you and you being here today. Thank you for being here.
Okay, good. All right. Good. Thank you, board members. So we'll go ahead now. We'll transition over to citizens to be heard. I'll let the board know we have about 12 citizens signed up for citizens to be heard, and we have 1 citizen for item 8B, correct? 8B. So if anybody, I just want to make sure that nobody else has signed up for another agenda item. Okay, good. So we'll, rules for addressing the board. We believe citizens to be heard is important and meaningful, and we'll listen to what you have to say. We value your opinions, although we are restrained by law from taking any action. Address your remarks to the board, facing the board. Confine your remarks to an NISD policy or practice. You have 3 minutes. Limit your remarks to 3 minutes. At 2 minutes, our board vice president will hold up the yellow card, and then at the 3-minute point, we'll hold up the red card. And that's when we ask that you definitely wrap up your remarks. We always emphasize no personal attacks on individuals. And we'll go ahead, and Dr. Kraft will call out our first citizen.
Yes, sir. The first individual we have signed up, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe, is it Pastor Richard Vega?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to be reading some stuff that some children might not want to be hearing, so I'd just like to give the opportunity to protect them. I'd like to say thank you to the board, and I see all the hard work and the efforts that you guys have been doing. The engagement is beautiful to see. You guys are definitely leaders within the community and an example to Bexar County. I go to different board meetings, and all I'll tell you is I haven't seen a board that active out in the community, which is a great example. I also liked y'all had a reading fest, and we were able to get a lot of the librarians and families out here. You said over 400 families, which is remarkable. This board actually represents over 102,000 students, which is remarkable, over 12,000 employees, over 130 schools. That's just, I mean, you guys are really setting the bar for here in Bexar County. When you hand out free books, it draws a concern for me because I have found books inside your school systems that don't belong. And so I'm just wondering what books are we handing out to children? And here's what I do know. None of you read those books. You never sat down and filter it. And I'm not asking you to do that because that's a lot of books you would have to sit down and read individually. But there are a lot of books in your school district that violate your policies, state policies, and go against what we want to be able to give to children. This particular book is called Boy Toy. It is a book where a teacher is molesting a child and takes on sexual activities. When I was reading through this book, it was much like what happened in Warren High School. But this kid in this book was younger, and it says, she taught me how to make love, she taught me how to fuck, she taught me many things that are different. We ended up doing more of the latter than the former. She says, I've been lying to you, I've been kissing Eve, and I've been having sex, and I've been fucking. Is this something we really want to have out for our children? I know the answer is no. I know we don't want this. And so what we're asking you as the board is to be able to work with you guys. We have a list. We would love to share it with you, sit down with you, and to be able to start removing a lot of this content out of that. You guys can set the example across Bexar County and across the state and be able to get in there and make a positive impact. The truth is, some of these books cost $20 to $30. There's 1,000 books at $20,000 that you guys spent on books that don't belong. So I'm asking you to draw attention to this, and let's get it out of our districts. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Bonnie Wallace.
Good evening. I'm Bonnie Wallace. Thanks for letting me speak this evening. I wanted to tell you how lovely it was to hear at the beginning of the session that opened at 6 o'clock, to hear you pray for wisdom to protect the children whose parents entrust them to you. I want to read you a book that is called House of Sky and Breath by Sarah J. Maas. This book is an adult book, written for adults, marketed to adults, all about adults. It's at Harlan, John Jay, Sotomayor, and O'Connor High Schools. Page 60, you smell like cunt. Page 162, he'd believed her and they'd fucked like animals. Bryce licked him again, tongue swirling, then slid his broad head into her mouth. Warm, wet heat enveloped him as she sucked tight. She sucked him hard. Hunt took in the side of his cock, disappearing into her mouth. She met him thrust for thrust, moaning deep in her throat so that it echoed through him, and then she slipped her hand down to his balls, squeezing hard as her teeth grazed along his shaft. Page 233, I'm going to fuck you senseless. Page 305, she had blown this Mel, had slid down that beautiful strong body and taken his ridiculously large cock into her mouth, and had nearly come herself as he had spilled onto her tongue. Page 314, I really want to fuck you right now. Are you touching yourself? Yes. Are you? Now I am. Are you wet? Soaking wet. Tell me what you're doing. I have a finger inside myself. Fuck, he said. I wish it was yours. Fuck, he said again. I'm adding another, she said as she did, and her hips bucked off the bed. Open up that nightstand, sweetheart. Frantically, she grabbed a toy from the drawer. She shimmied off her shorts and her drenched underwear. She pushed the vibrator in her back arching. When we fuck for the first time, do you want it hard or do you want a long, smooth ride? Hard, she managed to gasp. I want my turn on top, and then I want you behind me, fucking me like an animal. Fuck, he shouted. Page 506, his cock stirred. The sight of her full breast, dusk rose nipples already peaked. I want you to fuck me, she said. Will you do that? His cock throbbed. The scent of her arousal wrapped invisible fingers around his cock and stroked hard. The brush of his velvety cock against her bare sex had her shaking. He slickened himself with her wetness. Bryce wrapped a hand around the base of his cock. I could go on because I still have 19 seconds, but I think you guys get the picture. So you are the ultimate authority in this ISD, and we implore you to remove this vile, criminal filth from your children's libraries. Prove her right when she said that y'all are here to protect the children in your community. Thank you.
David Stokely.
Yeah, let me, so people who may be new here understand that when it says to sign up to speak, we have to fully listen, so we can't stop what's being stated. But I do have a request, very similar to our first speaker. If you're going to read from a book that it's going to be controversial or something that children can't hear, because we have some here, let us know in advance. That way they can have that option of leaving. It also helps us out because we have a video recording of this that anybody who may be listening would know in advance. So can't force you to, but that's one of the requests we do make.
Yes, ma'am, there's still going to be some more that I would appreciate, children not hearing. Thank you. How y'all doing? So I'm just gonna start. So I normally do a different type of battle. So my battle in Houston is fighting the school to prison pipeline. Why is that? Because I served 10 years in prison. I believe I'm in good company with this board though, having learned more about San Antonio here. So this book right here, A Court of Silver Flames by Sarah J. Moss. I'm a father of 3 daughters. I have 2 of them that are in college. One is 21, one is 18. I have a 10-year-old at home. And if my 10-year-old or either one of my kids, when they were of age to still be in school, came home with this book, we would have severe problems between me and the school board. I'm going to read this page. On page 288, his cock was enormous, beautiful, hard, and absolutely enormous. And I'm going to try not to cry like I did when I read this in the restaurant in downtown. There was no way he'd fit entirely into my mouth, and I'm going to skip around here. She wanted him undone, wanting him grabbing her head and fucking her mouth as hard as he wished. Man, y'all got some sick stuff here for these kids, man. And it says, according to the American Library Association, this is a young adult book. That means 12 to 18 years old. I don't know how many of y'all got little ones at home, but I sure don't want neither one of my kids, 12 or 18, reading this junk. Yet, you let her suck your cock in the middle of the living room. He gave her another savoring lick, lingering at the apex of her thigh, sucking the bundle of her nerves into his mouth, nipping with his teeth before it began, again and again, melting her body like a piece of chocolate. I ain't gonna read this nonsense. We have an obligation to our kids. If I remember whenever I was in school, we used to have story time. We would circle up around the teacher. How many of y'all remember that? Circle up around the teacher. My teachers never read any of this filth to me. And I sure hope we're not allowing our teachers to read this filth to our kids here. So my question, I know you can't answer, but you can answer it to yourself, is what are you going to do about it? You took these positions in hopes of making change and doing right by the students, doing right by your communities, right? You said y'all are financially responsible for the way money is spent, so I hope we're not spending taxpayer money on this type of garbage. And if you're reading this to your kids at home, then, I got questions about that too. We see what's happening in our society today. We see how kids are being led astray by social media and things like that. Why would we continue to contribute to that nonsense? Thank you.
Mark Lugo.
Good evening, everyone, the board. I too will be reading a book that's in, actually as of this morning, this is at Marshall High School. And this book is called Doing It, Let's Talk About Sex by Hannah Winton. Again, my name is Pastor Mark Lugo. I'm a pastor here in Bexar County, and this concerns me. And we're bringing this to your attention so that there's action, that there would be action on this. All right, so I don't want to read this, but it's important that we know this. It's important that we're aware of it because awareness is the first step of fixing the problem. Book summary instructs teenagers about gender, sexuality, pornography, and sexual activity. The book contains sexualities and alternate gender ideologies, alcohol use, mild profanity, and abortion commentary. Sex can hurt. Page 53. Sex can hurt. but by no means does the first time have to be painful. If you are relaxed and aroused, your vagina will produce it with lubrication and prevent the friction, but there are also no shame in using extra lube from the bottle. Page 63. While acknowledging gender is 100% made up BS, I was undeniably more drawn to clothes, hair, and makeup assigned to female sex. Page 66. Sometimes gay sex is penis and vagina. Sometimes straight sex is two people with vaginas. Sex, page 76. Sex can really be fun. You don't need to be sexually attracted to the partner or partners for that to be the case. Some asexual people find that to be emotional intimacy of sex makes it enjoyable for them, but don't need sexual attraction for that either. Sometimes an asexual person might have sex because their non-sexual partner wants to have sex. Everyone's pleasure is different, and there's no right or wrong way to masturbate. Lying down, standing up, in the shower, with toys, and with your imagination. When I masturbate, I close the curtains, turn the lights off, and I prefer there is no distraction sound, so it's usually when I'm home alone. We're letting these teenagers read these books in our district? It says, I like to switch the lights off using a small vibrator in my hand. I used to watch porn, but now my imagination is all I need to have a wonderful time. I always use a bullet and occasionally a different kind of vibrator when I haven't had sex in a while. This is the filth in their schools, and we want to work with you to get these out. And we're asking you to take action as elected officials to remove this filth from our schools. Thank you.
James Barnes.
Oh, excuse me, I'm just making a mess here. Good evening, I'll just leave it there. James Barnes, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present. I actually have 3 books. I won't be reading them. I think you've heard enough tonight about what we have our concerns of. I'm coming to you as a father of children in this district. I've got 5 children in this district, and I do believe that we can correct some of these errors. I come to you as a husband. My wife really depends that as a Christian man that we work through these issues and we work through them in a way that honors God. And so we're not here to intimidate. We're not here to cause disturbance. What we're here to do is have a dialogue. And I know it seems weird that we'd come here today and just like kind of almost like last minute, where do they come from? Why do we have these issues? We've been dealing with these issues for a very long time. This is not just the first place. We've been dealing with them all over the state. Talking to parents. I know people that said, well, we've tried to do it the right way. We've gone through the grievance process. 2 years later, they're still stuck in the grievance process. So excuse us for trying to be a little bold and a little aggressive and showing up and saying, we need your help. We need you. We can't do this. It's going to take the school district. It's going to take legislatures. It's going to take parents. It's going to take me. It's going to take my wife. It's going to take my 5 kids. You know, it's crazy stories. I mean, we know what's going on in society right now. I live right off of Marbach in 410. There's a guy jumping off the bridge today. It's crazy. Jay's just around the corner. You have another elementary just around the corner. My children, you know, they go to Stevens High School. And honestly, I'll tell you what, we love the Northside. We love what we get out of it. We love the sports. We love the music. We love everything about it. So thank you for giving us that opportunity. What we don't love is where our future is going. And a lot of it, let me tell you what, I'm a servant too as well. God's House Church. My pastor cares what's happening in the school districts because he's responsible for these kids as much as I am. He believes that whatever comes out of the school districts matters. And I will tell you, he's talking to people. He's talking to pastors. He's passing along the information, saying, God, you can't do this. We've got book after book after book. We're not like, it's easy to show them the problem. And so I believe if we don't start kind of address this in an aggressive but productive way, I don't think we'll find answers. We'll just go back and forth. And so, like I said, you've heard a lot of people here today talking about what's in the books, what we believe is a problem. It's not just a few of us. It's not just a couple of us. And we're really, really waking up, and we're asking for help because we don't want to do this in a way that is we can do this better. I know we can. I believe in you guys. I think you guys believe in us, and I believe in my children. So with that said, thank you. In Jesus' name, let's do this.
Charles Flowers.
If you're like me, you're holding back tears about now. That with the things that you have done to improve the lives of our children that we saw earlier today, that you could have within the scope of our children's minds the things that you just heard. It should send off alarms on the inside of you, that you will be determined to take action to remove those things because they're actually counterproductive to the things that we saw in this room earlier today. I have 2 more books, but I can't get through them without crying. They're in Clark, Harlan, O'Connor, John Jay, Marshall, and with the equipment that you've given them, the laptops and pads, they can go to the library and read the kind of things that you heard, even while their family is on vacation. And they're in the back seat reading porn with no knowledge of their parents. Porn that the school district provided for them. I think you and I have a responsibility before God, before moral consciousness, to remove this out of the scope of our children's minds and let them continue to grow in the way that you obviously want them to grow. On the one hand, you're doing incredible things with them and for them. And on the other hand, there is something that's undermining your own efforts. I'll leave you with this thought. Some of these kids have gone through this in an unwanted way. Some of them have been abused. And why shove it into their face again and call it education? Let's do better.
Melina Esperita Esakar.
Good evening. All right, I'm Melina Espiritu Azocar, president of Northside AFT, and I'm here to address the urgent need for an improved grievance policy within Northside. At last month's meeting, a couple parents in Northside stood up and begged you all to hear their grievance. No one should have to beg to have their grievance heard in a timely manner. For years, Northside AFT has emphasized the importance of a timely grievance policy and has brought concerns regarding the lack of real district timelines. Currently, while the filer must adhere to strict timelines or risk having their grievance dismissed, the district's not held to the same standard. This is neither fair nor equitable. As it stands, it can take Northside AFT members nearly a full calendar year, sometimes even more, to have a grievance heard from level 1 to level 4. It's very unacceptable and does not resolve issues in a timely manner. A district as large as ours should be committed to addressing and resolving grievances promptly and fairly. We are requesting a change to the grievance policy and to include district timelines that require the district to schedule hearings for each level in a fair and timely manner. When an employee has a concern, it should be addressed promptly and they should feel valued. When we represent a member, we exhaust all other possibilities before filing a grievance. It's always the last resort. Therefore, it's imperative that employees' voices are elevated and heard. Thank you for your attention and consideration, and we look forward to continuing to work together to create more and just, efficient grievance processes for all of employees, parents, and students in Northside. Thank you all.
Tracy Jordan.
Good
Good evening, Dr. Kraft, President Blunt, members of the board, and citizens of the Northside Independent School District. I'm Tracy Jordan, the proud engineering design teacher of the John Jay High School Science and Engineering Academy, and the proud vice president of the Northside American Federation of Teachers. In 1999, my capstone for my master's in business administration was to analyze a company based on its financial statements, which included the balance sheet, statement of cash flows, and income statement. Northside Independent School District's balance sheet as of August 31st, 2023 indicated a net position or net worth, that is assets minus liabilities, of $307,665,858. The Governmental and Accounting Standards Board, GASB, and more importantly, the Generally Accepted Accounting Principles provide standards so that an analysis can be performed to evaluate any governmental entity. The interest and sinking fund of this statement, or on this statement, is almost 34, which is almost 34% of the tax rate, was $88,934,324, with accrued interest of $1,164,966. Northside American Federation of Teachers suggests the following: no raises for anyone making more or making over $110,000 per year, a 3% raise for all auxiliary support staff, moving to a base of $15 per hour starting living wage, and a 2% raise for all teachers, counselors, librarians, and nurses. The 3% can come out from the sinking fund if necessary, which wouldn't be more than 1% of that fund. The 2% is one of your proposed options, and last August, Trustee Saldana voted against an additional 1% increase due to the possibility of program losses. However, expenditures for programs only increased by 10%, while school administration and leadership expenses increased 25%. For the past 5 years, revenues have met or exceeded expenditures, so the 3% for all auxiliary support staff is feasible, as is the 2% for teachers at all. So once again, Northside American Federation of Teachers' position on this agenda item is no raises for anyone making over $110,000 per year, 3% and a base beginning at $15 per hour for all auxiliary and support staff, and a 2% raise for teachers, counselors, librarians, and nurses. Thank you.
Herman Cowart.
Hey, good evening, folks. First and foremost, I'm a father of 4 boys, a daughter. I'm not with that other group. Please get them books out to school. Please, I beg of you. What I would like to do is bring something to your attention. At one of my child's school, there's a potential incident, and it's very similar to something that occurred back in 2019. The school handled it perfectly. However, with the administration that's currently in place at the school, things didn't go as planned. There was a potential gas leak at the school. I go to pick up my child, completely unaware of any of this. As I grab him, we're about to walk back home, he's telling me that he feels like he's falling. I'm like, well, wow, what's going on? He said because he was outside for a long time. I understand he might not have the best concept of time, but that kind of concerns me. I asked him, did you get water? Could you sit in shade? What did you do? No, they made us stand up the whole time. Get home, talk to my wife, see if she's been notified of this, because I wasn't. Call up to the school, try to figure out what's going on. The administration, horrible response, was of no help. In fact, the person who picked up the phone, the registrar, told me for a fact that she knew I got the phone call because she got the phone call, which turned out to be a lie because there was never a phone call. I was finally redirected to the central office. Central office was unaware of a potential incident. From my understanding, 3 things are supposed to happen. Emergency services called, central office called, parents called. 2 of those did not occur. After speaking with the vice principal, I get nothing but excuses. This is her first time dealing with it. What's the point of drills? Why are we paying for the teachers and the administrators to go through these drills with the students if she doesn't know what's going on? I don't know if she's not paying attention. I'm not sure if they're being executed properly. I really hope you all figure it out. She completely dismisses my concerns with the registrar about how she interacts with the parents. Completely unacceptable in my opinion. When you hang up on a parent and you're telling them for a fact that you know they got a call knowing you're lying, like, there's an issue here. Get her out of here. Fix her. Why are we paying for her? Same thing, up to the principal, and I know we're short on time here. I'm not going to bring up the issue where a teacher physically restrained my child, pushed him away from me because how she stated was training my child as if he's a dog. And the administration does nothing. Administrators did nothing in either instance. I'm currently waiting for a couple of documents. Here's the other concern I have. As a parent, whenever I speak with anybody from the district or whatever the case is, central office, and I'm getting wrong information that I know is wrong. For example, you can't do a public records request that doesn't exist. Teachers' information is private. That's BS. If we're going to spread misinformation, like, come on, at that point, you do not respect me as a parent, nor my children's safety. Thank you.
Christina Garcia.
Hi, good evening. I'm an ALE special education teacher and have been with Northside for 8 years now. February 27th of this year, I stood before you pleading for a safe school environment for both special education unit students and staff. I am here to share my recent experience for 2 reasons. To give an example of the unethical treatment that I have received and endured recently. Also, 2, to shed light on safety issues that continue to be ignored. On April 17th, I was directed by my administration to leave my ALE unit to cover for an instructional assistant in our RISE program. In case you're unaware, RISE is the only unit of its kind within Northside, and it is meant to service elementary students who have higher needs than those in a BMC unit. I was severely injured that morning after being assaulted and had to be wheeled out of the room. I was unable to place any weight on my right knee and was driven to Texas Med Clinic. After the assessment, I was told by the doctor that he is ordering an MRI. I was shocked when he stated, quote, "Since this is through workers' comp and you did not sustain a concussion or head injury, I have to release you back to work with restrictions." I was sent back to work the same day and was told to alternate between taking Tylenol and ibuprofen for pain. This was my injury 2 days later when I'm still having to go to work. Okay. It was traumatic returning to work the same day of my assault and injury. Then workers' comp and NISD took 3 weeks to get me approved and scheduled for an MRI. It took another week to get the MRI results, at which I was told I had a torn MCL, nearly completely torn ACL, and a bucket tear of my meniscus, upon other things such as bone contusions and muscle sprains. I was then scheduled for an appointment with a surgeon the following week who stated, 3 weeks for an MRI, that's a long time, and decided to schedule me for surgery that same Friday. I have never felt so insignificant and vulnerable, unable to verify the extent of my injuries pending the MRI results, and I was still required to report to work for almost a month, continuing to struggle with the pain, swelling, and trauma I had sustained. Placing me back in my ALE unit was an unsafe situation for my ALE students and for myself. Thank God nothing had happened, but I was unable to run after elopers, break up fights, physically redirect students, diaper students, or appropriately escort students around the school environment. That was all left on my one IA for 7 students. Back on March 28th, I filled out a district survey asking which protective equipment my unit was in need of. We have yet to receive any equipment to date. This is unacceptable. I plead with you once again to reassess the student-to-staff ratio in our self-contained units, especially in our RISE unit. I urge you to ensure additional support is provided when transitioning a new student into the RISE unit, and I pray you re-examine the safety and treatment of your current special education staff. Thank you.
Katie Curtis.
Dr. Kraft and members of the board, my name is Katie Curtis. I teach 7th grade science at Stinson Middle School. I speak on behalf of all the educators and support staff that are members of Northside AFT. I stand here to ask the board members to consider a cost of living adjustment for both certified and classified staff. The cost of living in Texas has steadily risen, making it difficult for teachers to make ends meet on their current salaries. A pay raise would help teachers keep up with inflation and maintain a decent standard of living. This year's pay schedule included a 5-week pay period, a total of 5 times to include the pay periods of December, January, February, May, and August. Northside used to ensure we received pay the last Friday of each month. It is unclear why the district ceased this practice. The Board of Trustees should consider a pay schedule of every 4 weeks. Housing costs, healthcare, and grocery prices have risen over 12% with no sign of slowing down. Putting increased financial pressure on teachers, a decent standard of living on their current salaries is difficult to maintain. Because of the strain on families, we are requesting a 2% raise for all teachers, counselors, librarians, and nurses. This increase would help alleviate the additional burden of living expenses. Next year, our district campuses will face significant challenges with more classroom issues, arising due to staff reductions and staff retirements. Teachers will encounter numerous difficulties, including larger class sizes, needs of their students, to address the needs of the diverse needs of students. Ensuring adequate compensation for teachers not only acknowledges these challenges, but also values the immense effort they support our educators in trying times to maintain a high standard of education and foster a positive learning environment. Support staff should be earning a wage that enables them to feed their families and pay their bills. We are advocating for a respectful living wage of at least $15 per hour as a starting rate. This barely keeps pace with inflation and the rising cost of living that Northside staff face daily. It is essential to compensate our support staff fairly and adequately. Supporting a family on a single income is challenging, if not impossible. Coupled with nearly half a year of 5-week pay periods, this situation becomes unsustainable. An empathetic perspective is crucial in helping to ease the burden families face by working families. Thank you.
Finally, we have Cherie Krusel.
Hello, Northside board members. It's a pleasure to be here. I spoke February 27th also. I just want to acknowledge Margot Jimenez, Fred, our colleague's wife. I am extremely saddened by our district's lack of empathy and acknowledgement of his death. I thank you so much tonight for acknowledging him and acknowledging Margot. That's the first time this has happened at a board meeting. I just can't believe this whole issue has been swept under the rug. And I feel like you're hoping that the school year will end and that we will all forget about what happened and the lack of safety, but we will not forget. Over the years, the district professionals have made me feel neglected or made me to think that I was insignificant because of the injuries I have received over the years. Staffing issues have constantly been an issue for the last 15 years that I have been a special needs teacher. Many times my class has been adequately staffed only to have the district come and reallocate staff somewhere else because I guess there's not enough help. And so they take some of my staff and put them somewhere else. Every time this has happened, it has led to injuries of myself, my assistants, and my students also. Every single time this has happened. The last time it happened, I actually wrote to Dr. Woods. He sent out staff to my school, and they told me, well, it doesn't matter. We're just going to do it anyway. And I said, you know, there's going to be problems with this. And they said, well, we will deal with it when it happened. They didn't deal with it. It happened. I just would like to ensure a safe working environment. It's not just a legal obligation. It is a moral responsibility that contributes to the overall success and morale of our workforce. I also just want to say thank you to all the instructional assistants in our district. They are beyond marvelous. I could not do my job without them, and yet they're not paid a living wage. They work so hard. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please consider the safety of our employees at Northside and the wages of our instructional assistant and auxiliary staff. Thank you.
President, that concludes the
Okay.
citizens to be heard.
All right, so that's going to conclude our citizens to be heard. Again, thank you all for bringing any items before us. I do want to check before we go to consent agenda. Is the adult that was here with the two younger children, if she's still out there, we can let? She left. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so that takes us over to the consent agenda. I was going to ask the board if we can remove item B, minutes for the meetings of April, because one of our board members wasn't present at that particular time, our new board members. So if we could just take up items A and then C through I initially, and then I'll take up item B next, unless somebody else needs something else pulled. Okay, so if we just took up items A and C through I, is there a motion to come before the board? Trustee Freeman?
I move to approve items on the consent agenda except for item B.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if not, it's been moved to approve the items on the consent agenda item with the exception of item B. All those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. Any opposed, state nay. Okay, great, motion carries. Okay, let's go ahead and take up item B next. Is there a motion to come before the board? Trustee Freeman?
I move to approve item B.
Okay, is there a second?
I'm sorry? Meetings, minutes of April. Are you talking about the minutes? April meetings.
Yeah. Second. Thank you, sorry. Everybody delayed, I'm sorry. Maybe I wasn't clear. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve item B of the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Blunt, I will be abstaining from voting on that particular
Item B.
item.
Yes. Good, duly noted. Any other? Okay, all those in favor signify by stating aye. Aye. Any opposed? So we have 6, and then we have 1 abstention. Okay, good. All right, well, thank you all. So let's go ahead. Next item is going to be facilities and operations.
Mr. President, members of the board, we had the opportunity to bring this next item to the building committee last week, and we really were discussing what does the Ferris site, i.e. the sports gym complex, really entail with this particular golf practice facility, like I say, both at the Hardin Athletic Complex, but then also the Ferris Complex. And so this evening, we'd like to present the schematic design for your consideration. After our conversation at the building committee and seeing the renderings that Sean is going to, I think, provide a preview of, we'd like to move forward with these projects. That will be the recommendation. So without further ado, Leroy, we'll let you go ahead and kick us off.
Well, thank you, Graf. As I was sitting there and
listening to our celebration for our students, didn't realize that we had so many golfers at Northside America. So this is timely. So today we have a presentation for you. Sean Bacon with Mormon and Mock, who has been working on this project for a little bit with us, is here to share with you the options and some, I should say, the schematic design for 2 facilities that we believe strongly would need to be moving forward with, so we can provide our kids the ample opportunity to practice on these facilities. So I'm going to turn it over to Sean.
Excellent. Next slide, please. This is the Hardin site. I believe you folks, most of you have seen this already, but what we have right now, and I'm going to be pointing over this slide, is the location is along the first base side. Next slide, please. And this is just a zoomed in area of that. It consists of 12 hitting bays for full swing hitting, and then some putting and chipping. If we can go to next slide. Now we get to see some renderings that really make sense to everybody. I believe last time we didn't have quite this class of rendering. This is, again, at the Hardin site. We're looking at the pre-engineered metal building structure, open air. And next slide, please. And then here is an interior shot. Now here at this facility, it is covered, it is secured, and does allow the kids to access the restrooms as well of the existing baseball facility from a secure side. If we can, we'll go to the next slide. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Now we are at the Ferris site. And here is the original site that we've been contemplating from the beginning. This is up underneath, a portion of this is up underneath in the plaza area over the admin facilities, the athletics facility offices above. And next slide, please. And as you can see, what we have here is the existing building line that comes across here, and you will have a lot of shade structures. So in this case, this facility doesn't require the pre-engineered shade structure like the Hardin site does. And we have the putting and chipping greens. Again, the exact same program, 12 hitting bays, and the same amount of chipping and putting surfaces. Next slide. Now we get into some realistic renderings of the facility. We have the existing plaza, the existing building, the sports center, and then we have the putting, chipping, and driving range area. Next slide, please. This is another view from the plaza, and then the next slide is rather interior view. You can see the hitting bays and the putting and chipping. And that is it. That's
Any comments or questions from the board?
I would like to make a comment. We discussed this at length, and just for the public to know, they announced that we have over 350 golfers at the high school, but we have 500 golfers in middle school, and we are running out of places where our golfers can go because some of the private courses are no longer allowing us to practice there. So we are in real great need of getting this approved, please, and doing it quickly so that we can have a place for our golfers to practice in the fall.
Bobby?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Trustee Harrell.
You may not know this, and I think Stan already left, but do we have golf at all our high schools?
Yes.
I see no.
Yes, we do. I've inquired about that.
They're at all our high schools? Okay, and we're starting it in middle school?
We have it in all our middle schools. We have 500 middle school golfers in 7th and 8th grade, boys teams and girls teams.
Okay, just double checking.
Some programs obviously are a little bit more robust, Dr. Harrell, than others, but we offer it across the district.
Thank you. I heard something a little different, but we may offer it, but do we have kids actually participate?
I talked to the person in charge of the middle school golf, and I was shocked because I did not know the numbers. And so he told me that for the first year, we were able to fill a team, boys and girls, from every one of our middle schools.
That's great. And every
Yeah.
high school.
This was the first year that he was able to get that done.
That's great. Thanks.
And he said he was going to invite us to the tournament next spring for the middle school golfers.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Any other? Trustee Freeman?
Yes, to add to that, Stan did come to one of our building committee meetings. And, you know, one of the questions that we had was, how come this is the first time we've heard of the need for golf cages or for practices? And one, they had places to practice in the past, but even at that, that was not the best. Standard across the state, if I understood him correctly, is actually to have these practice cages at our individual schools, and that would have been in a bond issue, but I understand that those requests did come in, but those were deleted for a number of reasons. There's all kinds of requests, Leroy, that come to the committee that, for a lot of reasons, we set the bond at a certain level and some things were cut. But this particular time, what we understand from the meetings that we had is that there's a huge difficulty to get these kids to some type of practice, and they have to go across town to be able to get to a course to be able to do that. And this is a UIL sponsored event. So I think it's a great option for us at this particular time, and then to look in the future as we go forward, perhaps with another bond at some point in time, that we actually look at the needs of the golf program that we currently have.
And I'll add, that's a great point. Looking forward, we do have limited availability with courses, particularly in our attendance zone, district attendance zone. We anticipate that these will not only serve high school golf students, obviously logistically providing facilities to all 12 of our comprehensive high schools and magnets that play golf, but also provide facilities and training areas for our middle school students, especially long-term. I kind of explained or treating this somewhat of a proof of concept in the sense that it will be new. And so we'll be able to gather a lot of data from this first year, which that would be the timeline, as we would want to have these installed and prepared for this upcoming fall season, and then plan accordingly going forward. But we desperately do need these facility upgrades, simply because we just don't have the ability to utilize, like I say, our partners with limited tees, limited driving range areas as they're under construction and continuing to renovate. So we'd like to, like I say, recommend this schematic design for your consideration, with the anticipation that we'll have these completed by fall for the fall golf season upcoming.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from the board?
I would like to move that we approve the schematic design for the golf practice facilities.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Been moved and second that we approve the schematic design for the golf practice facilities as presented. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations, we have that.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's it for facilities and operations area. Now we go to our business and finance area.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, members of the board. I think as we have indicated through our budget planning timeline and process, we wanted to bring a couple of items. The next two preceding items, particularly this resolution regarding the 2024 retention pay, we understand the inflationary pressures. We understand that just as a result of looking at this current year, we're chasing well over 3% inflationary factor. And so we're looking at this upcoming fiscal year 25 budget really closely, knowing that, again, as you recall, this just recently adjourned legislative session in 4 special sessions provided no additional state revenue funding, particularly in the form of a basic allotment increase or really any form of substantive teacher compensation legislation. So we are actually anticipating, projecting a decrease in revenues as a result of ADA projections and enrollment projections. So all that being said, we understand and recognize the importance of taking care of our personnel. And even in a time when, yes, we are looking to propose upwards of a 99, maybe even $100 million deficit budget and utilizing some of our designated fund balance with our continuity of instruction designated fund in hopes that this upcoming legislative session, which begins in January, we see some relief, whether it be in the form of additional funding through the basic allotment and/or teacher compensation legislation, employee compensation legislation, because it's just that important. And so, in large part, like I say, these next 2 agenda items, the resolution regarding the 2024 retention pay, we're going to be proposing an $1,100 retention payment, similar to the $1,200 that was paid in September of 2023 to be paid in June, coupled with, again, the next item, which is our compensation plan. In doing so, again, we are trying to really target and look at how do we try to keep up at least with inflationary pressures, knowing how difficult times are for educators, but also paraprofessional auxiliary staff as well. So, like I say, these 2 items are coupled together. I know that I think Tiffany and Renee are going to walk through and answer any questions. Jake, the whole budget team is here. And like I say, this is item really number 1 of 2 as it pertains to how we're trying to take care of our most valuable asset, which is obviously our people. Our students, we talk about being of the utmost importance, but we've got to take care of our staff in order for them to be able to take care of our students. So with that being said, turn it over to Dr. Barajas.
Okay, there's a presentation. We have, the board has it as well in your board docs. Next slide, please. So the source of the funds is ESSER 3. ESSER 3 is the last ESSER. We had ESSER 1, ESSER 2, now this is ESSER 3.
I'm sorry, if we can, let me just check. Because we have a new board member, and I wasn't sure if you needed background on the ESSER funding or if you were already aware of what it is.
I'm aware of it. Thank
Okay,
you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
So the ESSER grant period for ESSER 3 will end on September 30th. And in the fall, we were trying to look over the hill to see whether or not we would be able to have 1 more retention payment based on our spending of the 170-plus ESSER over the 3-year period. So it does appear that we do have enough money to do the, as Dr. Kraft mentioned, the $1,100 payment. This will essentially mean that on September 30th, we will have no ESSER money left on the table. We will essentially die broke from an ESSER 3 perspective. There won't be, we will use it all up. We are proposing to pay in June as opposed to later in the year, only because in September, we're butting up against trying to close out the grant and do all the things that the accounting department has to do. So making the payment sometime in June is more advantageous, and it essentially gets employees before they leave. Well, some will have already gone, but we're going to try to get it paid as soon as we can in June. Next slide, please. So we'll show a comparison between the proposed June 2024 retention payment and the one we did in September. It's slightly less, $100 than for the full-time employees, and we essentially do half for part-time employees. So instead of being $600, it's $550. substitute and temporary employees, you can see what we are proposing to make these payments, again, sometime in June. And that is it. There's a resolution that will be signed by the board authorizing the superintendent to make these payments during the month of June. It does not stipulate the exact amount, simply because it gives us that variability in case we needed to make an adjustment to that amount up or down. But we really think now that what you've seen is what we're going to make the payment in the month of June, next month.
One of the points that I think is important to make is, again, with the next item, not to get too far forward, but with that recommendation, coupled with the retention payment, think of it from a proportionality standpoint. And so when we talk about, say, a 2% general pay increase, and then you look at the $1,100, obviously from a proportionality standpoint, depending on the wage rate, it's going to be, this coupled with this $1,100 is going to be more, depending on where that wage rate lands, than others. So it's proportional, obviously, to what they currently are earning. That's very intentional. And while we've run some scenarios from a differentiated pay rate, when we get to this next item, I just want to, again, draw your attention back to this retention payment. While the utilization of ESSER funds, this was intentional also in the sense that it's similar to what we did in September, but we are trying to keep in mind that proportionality as far as this particular retention payment going forward. And I'll be glad to answer any questions, because that may have been a little confusing.
Yeah, Trustee.
So thank you for bringing it up. I'm wondering if there's a way to share out, combining the two monetary amounts and percentage in the next presentation to say that I'll just make up something, that teachers would get a 2% raise, and then the retention would really make it, is there a percentage so it looks like, it really looks or is like a 3% raise? Like a
that's a
percentage amount. I don't know if I'm finding the words, but I know I had to explain that to a lot of folks that really it is pretty close to 4% when you add in the retention. In fact, for some people, it was a little more than what it would have been if we would have done a similar configuration with the percentage amount. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's a great point. So well articulated, exactly, precisely. If you kind of think about a teacher, and if we were to use an average of $60,000, that just as an average, you can look at, well, what does $1,100 in proportion to that $60,000? But then look at an instructional aide, for example, their wage rate. $1,100 is going to be a much larger percentage as a result of that wage rate. So
Is there a way to share that out?
we can
Versus me
create
taking a long time explaining.
Yeah, we can create a table, but it really depends on specifically to the individual, depending
Right,
on
and
where they
position,
land
Right.
from a wage standpoint. Well, and then years of experience, and there's a lot of factors that we can't just
Right.
necessarily cover every scenario with over 13,000 employees. But
wondering
you can
how
kind of get an
to use that.
idea
Yeah.
just based on classification of jobs.
Maybe by classification, knowing with like a little disclaimer, depending on years of experience and blah, 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 it might be easier to communicate, because I do think there were comments made that reflected it was lower than blah, 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 and I was going, let's do the math on it.
Right.
And actually, it was
Yeah, we can work
the
that out.
same, it was like at a 4% for a lot of the employees, so,
We'll just make it real clear that this is an example.
an example, exactly.
Trustee, oh, go ahead, you started.
The $1,100 that will be paid in June, is that paid to all our current employees, the ones who just retired? They would also get the $1,100?
Yeah, exactly. So we talked about this to a great extent. And the way that we're approaching this, good, bad, or indifferent, and this can be a point of discussion, is we want to obviously recognize those that have served, but then also think about it from a standpoint of we will be communicating well in advance that, and I'm sorry, the date, Renee, that we've set.
June 7th.
June 7th as the notification of retirement, because this does a couple of things. If we have notification by June 7th, that gives us a jump start on trying to get out and recruit and hire for that position, rather than waiting until, say, August, when we know it will be next to impossible to try to fill those positions. So the answer to the question is yes, this will also be applicable to retirees as long as they notify us of their intent by June 7th. Now, the question then becomes, well, you don't receive the notification, an individual decides to separate from the district thereafter, we would recuperate this $1,100 from their final check. So it's a retention payment, but it's also serving as a early notification to give us a jump start on hiring replacements.
The only reason why I was asking, I was hoping you were going to say that, but when Carol was talking about, trying to get teachers to understand, you're really getting more than 2% or 3%, whatever we decide on, is because we're giving it to them now in June. So they're going to look at their salary starting in August or September. So I don't think that they're going to look at, well, we got $1,100, because this is more of thank you and we appreciate you, and we're going to do this in June rather than wait till September like we did last year.
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, the 2%, and this is say, for example, the 2%, a general pay increase, whatever the board elects to ultimately approve, will not go into effect until this upcoming school year. So September paycheck.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying everybody who is working with us right now is going to get this $1,100 now. It's
Right.
not going to be on the new paycheck, so it would be kind of difficult to say, well, we really gave you 3%. Carol, do you understand what I'm saying? Since we're going to give the
Yeah.
teachers, give it
And
to
that's
them
a-
now.
Wouldn't include the new teachers that,
It would be
Sorry, it
everyone
would
who's
only be
working now,
current.
right, Dr. Kraft?
They would have to be hired
so if they've been hired by now, they could.
if they're working.
Oh, if they're
They
working.
probably haven't started their contract in
No.
a lot of cases. But again, keep in mind, this is a retention more so than really recruitment. We have some other recruitment incentives, Title II funds, relocation funds. Remember the alt certification reimbursement. We actually just had our first employee successfully complete that entire alt certification process and be fully reimbursed. So we've got some other incentives for the recruitment efforts. As I mentioned to our cabinet earlier this week, particularly with some of these critical shortage areas, yes, we need to hire and we need to really hit the trail in recruiting, but we also need to really keep an eye on what we have currently in the district and taking care of those, because if we're not careful, we can really be hurting ourselves from a retention standpoint while we're out trying to hire, recruit, replacement teachers. So it's twofold. And this is really to address retention of current employees, but then also that notification. Because I'll just say this, the 45-day notification prior to the first day of instruction, keep in mind, we're at a disadvantage because our 45 days is obviously very different than the 45 days that have districts with starting 2 weeks in advance. Now, we're catching up, but we fall within a 2-week, we're behind 2 weeks. In other words, our employees have the ability to leave and be within that 45-day notification 2 weeks further than those that are starting 2 weeks earlier. Like I say, it'll catch up, but that's just something that we have to think very strategically about, in the sense that while other districts' 45-day elapses very much sooner, we're, I don't want to say sitting ducks, but we've got 2 weeks still that our folks could decide they'd rather go work somewhere else.
The other thing that I was going to say is that these were ESSER funds, and our current teachers are the ones that worked under that money from the federal government. So I don't know that we should get anybody new that would get this. I think this ought to be for our teachers who have worked under the ESSER conditions. And we can now say that we gave $2,300 in this year in addition to the, what did we give, 2% at the last year?
It was a 3% general pay
So it would be 3% plus $2,300. So we really gave more than 4% for a pay raise this past year.
I think Karen had
Yeah.
her hand up before.
Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, just to,
Just think about what she said, right?
I'm sorry?
You were thinking about what she said? You had to look like you were thinking.
No,
about-
well, I know we've drifted away. Dr. Kraft had talked about the percent difference depending on the salary of each individual. And we've drifted to about the advantage to teachers, but it's also a retention for certainly our non-contract employees, our auxiliary employees. And I think it's huge. It's a much larger percentage in of their pay. And so I think this helps us too with auxiliary, where we can't, all of our employees, we have to be very careful right now of adding to recurring expenditures. But with these ESSER funds, yes, it's a one time only right now, but it's what we can do right now. So I think it's an advantage. Yeah, and I think it would help us, and would certainly help our employees.
Yeah, Trustee Hall?
So I had just a little different way of looking at it. I know the funds have to be spent by September. So I'm wondering, and I love our retirees. I get it, but I'm wondering if it came later in the summer, it could also be used to attract new teachers. I know it's called a retention, but we also are dealing with recruiting. We still had plenty of open, and I don't remember the last number, but you were giving us updates on all the available positions still in Northside. So if it came as a retention and you said working, so they would get it in August or September, are we talking about a lot more money, or would it be about the same, because then the retirees wouldn't be in it?
Yeah, it would depend on the number of employees that we were to hire, keeping in mind that if we delay it, we're going to start, I'm going to speak for our finance department, budgeting team, we're going to start getting pretty nervous in the sense of encumbering those funds, seeing that September 30th, I mean, it needs to be, from a bookkeeping standpoint, very, very clear these funds have been expended.
So, but August is doable, because they all come back in August?
They'll report back in August. I guess my question is, well, let me back up. The current ESSER funds, and I think, Ms. Freeman, you articulated, I mean, these would obviously be applied to those who have been with us, who have been working. It truly would turn more into a recruitment payment if we were to try to include individuals that would just be starting in August. In other words, by the time they receive the first payment, they probably have worked, for the most part, 2 weeks in Northside. What is that number? It would obviously depend on our fill rate. But Renee, Tiffany, before we even get there, I want to say that there were some rules associated with the utilization and expenditure of ESSER funds in and around retention versus recruitment and any other form of incentive. So I want to pass the mic to you. Can we legally get there from more of a recruitment standpoint?
Well, all of our numbers have been run on existing staff. The June 7th date, for instance, is that if you are hired in May and you are actively working as of June 7th, you are eligible. If you notify us that you are leaving by June 7th, your last day is June 30th, you are also eligible. To push it into August, it gets problematic, and Mr. HR over there will tell you, all of a sudden, we have the situation of people saying, I was made an offer, am I gonna get this $1,100 payment? I haven't started yet, but because y'all are backlogged, I've been hired, but I haven't started yet. We wanted to stay away from the August, September timeframe because we experienced that last year, which is why we specifically picked June to make the payment, because it's a lot cleaner for us to determine who's eligible and who isn't, rather than getting into that situation of the hiring season and then who is eligible and who's not. And we experienced that again, which is why we are recommending June.
Now, let me see, but I still was trying to see on Dr. Kraft's question, but legally, is there anything in ESSER that prevents that?
Not to my knowledge, but I'll turn it
Okay.
over to Tiffany if there's any issue with that. I don't believe that there is, but Tiffany, do you? There's not. There we go. There you go.
I get, well, I'll check. Anybody else have any comments? I was just, because it is pretty complex, to be honest. I'm sitting here listening to the various points. I understand that definitely, I know we all definitely support, but the June does present that challenge, that time period. Because like where Korean, where you went, I think others may go there too. So if we're really trying to increase for next year, that's going to be something that, boy, we really have to explain that well per se to make sure everybody understood that. But you still have the other part of it when we do give the example that, wait a minute, that applies to existing teachers but not new teachers. So you got to be careful with, the analysis like what you're stating, et cetera, to compare the two to make it clear that it's only for those that were there last year. But I mean, we can do all that. It's just the explanation has to be there.
And then the question becomes, what is that delineation?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, this is not just teachers.
Right.
Yep. Do you have to, we'll have to establish ground rules. You had to work for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, and then that becomes, well, I've served the district 31 years. And you start getting into those kind of nuances, which, like I say, we can, as long as we're legal, we can make anything probably work. Now, I will say that if our fill rate increases, the $1,100, I mean, this is how we came to $1,100 when we were looking at unencumbered, what we call sweeping the remaining ESSER funds. This is why it's $1,100 rather than the $1,200. I mean, this will expire ESSER funds, so it may be less by the time we get to August. I mean, it may be $900, depending on how many employees qualify at that point, just full disclosure. So that's also something to think about. The $1,100 we feel like with our current employee count, this is what can be afforded if paid out in June. We haven't run an estimate, which that's really what it would be, depending on our hiring.
Bus drivers are not paid through the summer, so this would allow them to have that amount of money throughout the summer. So again, we're very strategic in this thing to look at when we could pay. Mr. Muir, myself, Ms. Contreras sat and talked about this when the superintendent first asked us back in the early spring about whether or not we would be able to do another retention payment. So we needed a little bit more time under our belt to see where we would end with all the current expenditures. And that's when we decided that we do have enough, and we went to, first we thought maybe 1,200, but we are more comfortable with 1,100, and using the parameters that we discussed is, let's stay away from September because it becomes a nightmare because everybody is saying, but you made me an offer, how come I'm not getting it? And again, we thank you, we took that into account.
Yeah, this new phone, I got a new phone, this thing is.
And again, we looked at this to make sure that, number one, 1,100 is what we can do right now with the existing numbers, and we've run those several times. If Mr. Muir and his group go, as the superintendent indicated, on a hiring spree, that 1,100 may all of a sudden turn into a lesser amount, so.
Sure. Trustee Harrell?
So then forget adding the percentage thing, because if it's really for right now. It's not for next year. So I take back what I thought. I thought this was going to come later. So it'll be straight 2%. There's not going to be an asterisk that say, oh, don't forget that you got a stipend, because we're getting it right now for the current employees. It's not for next year's budget. It's to expend ESSER funds. So I want to make sure they're two very different things than what we did last year. So thank you for that. And I wasn't questioning your due diligence. I know you guys worked really hard on that, so thank you.
But I wanted a point of clarification.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes and no, because most households don't budget based upon the district's fiscal year, as far as I'm aware. Usually it is in conjunction with a tax year. So a June retention payment is going to be the same as, it's going to be within the 2024 tax year, the same as a 2% compensation increase would kick in for those 4 months in August. And so when I say that we're really trying to chase and keep up with those inflationary pressures, I'm not really looking at this and even compensation with the district's August 31 fiscal year in mind as much as our employees and what are we doing from a compensation standpoint during the 2024 time period. I hope that makes sense.
Okay. Trustee Sardine?
I move that we approve
Oh,
the
okay.
retention payment
All right.
proposal.
All right. As presented, correct?
I second.
Okay, motion, a second? Did you want to do that one? No, I think she got you. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Oh, you can do it.
No,
I can
no,
yield.
you're good.
Okay.
You're good. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, then move to second that we approve the retention as presented. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Great. All right, Trustee Freeman, go ahead.
Do we need approval on the resolution?
We do, yes. That's
Separate.
yeah. That's the action would be the approval of the resolution, which I think
Say
you
that
have a
again.
copy.
No,
Did
you're
we just
quick.
approve the
No, she's
resolution,
requesting
or
to
did we approve the actual?
I made the motion to approve the compensation, the.
No, retention.
I thought you said, okay, I'm confused.
The
I guess-
retention payment proposal,
Yeah.
Okay.
right?
Yeah, well, let me clarify. So what Trustee Freeman is asking, do we specifically need to state resolution in the motion? And sometimes you have to read the resolution, or is it fine as we just stated, as presented?
I think if you just say that I approve the resolution as presented by administration without having to read it, you're fine.
But we didn't say resolution.
Okay.
Do we need to go back and
Revote.
revote?
Just do it.
All right.
I
Will you,
move that
agree to
we
amend
approve
your
the
motion?
rest of the retention payment resolution
As presented.
as presented.
It'd be good if,
I second that we approve the resolution for retention payment as presented.
all right. Trustee Freeman,
I'm sorry so we've got two items on the agenda. We've
this is
got,
only A.
I'm sorry?
This is item A. We're only talking about item A.
Okay, but that includes the retention payment proposal, and there's two items there. I'm sorry. I'm hung up on the resolution, because there's a piece in the resolution I want to make a comment to and maybe change. So
Yeah,
help me out.
because the way it's scheduled to talk, I think I'm with you. So it says the board will consider a resolution to approve a retention payment.
Okay. Okay, so I see the two items, and I see the resolution. I just want to make a comment on the resolution,
Yeah.
if I may. So at the bottom, we specifically talked about the amount of that retention, or that payment. And at the very bottom, we're under, it is further resolved that, it says, employees as of June 7, 2024, and amounts determined by the superintendent. So it's actually by the superintendent and the board.
Yeah, we can make that modification.
Well, we did the same resolution in September of 2020.
I didn't pay any attention. I wasn't paying as close attention.
Yeah.
I just.
So let's,
Because
do-
it's approved by the board, it's not just the superintendent.
Yeah, so if you go back to that chart that was just presented, I think that's the other item you were referring to, the presentation. I don't know if we can pull that back up or not. I mean, that's the schedule.
I think,
Just a
I
technical.
think Karen's saying, why don't we do this then? If you want to make the motion to approve the amend, or to add that in, or would you consider that a friendly?
I don't, it's just a technicality, but it's actually it's in the
Yeah, I'm with you.
resolution. It's not there, it's in the resolution.
Yeah, I think what the board's saying is, we've approved the resolution.
Okay.
What trustee Freeman is request, or actually, if the full board's fine with it, and we're just requesting to add and the board in within
was
that
just-
part of the resolution.
What I understood Dr. Kraft to say is that this could vary, so that number's still
That's fine.
not predetermined, because it depends on our staffing numbers.
Not paid in June. This is what will be translated
Oh, I see.
to the employees, keeping in mind that we'll start paying this as early as the second, third week in June, depending on individuals' pay schedules. This is
it.
This is it.
So why not put
The
that-
June 2024 proposed amount is what payroll will start processing upon approval and what will be communicated to employees as early as tomorrow. As far as the resolution language is concerned, completely up to the board's purview, but I just want to be really clear that this is the schedule that you are considering approving and being implemented and processed, like I say, as early as tomorrow, because it will take some time across 13,000 plus employees to make this happen.
Well, didn't we vote already for the proposal and for the resolution? We did both of them.
I will, as long as it stands like this, because I didn't understand that. I was thinking it was,
No, we haven't
there were the two items and that there were two separate.
Well, the first time I said to approve the retention, which is as presented, so
Yes, ma'am.
that's 1,100.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't ambiguity about it as approved by the superintendent, because it's the one that we just approved by the board.
Yes,
Right, right.
yeah, this, if,
Determined by the.
Then I'm okay with moving on.
You okay? I gotta make sure we actually.
Next time, though, we want to
Yeah,
pick the
next-
board.
well, and again, now, maybe not to add to the confusion, but if this were to be paid out in August, that was the ambiguity that I just don't know what that necessarily would look like.
And hopefully they're with you next time, but
No, it's-
Well,
Not with ESSER funds.
Not with ESSER funds, yeah.
This will be it.
Esther's done. Now, see,
Okay,
y'all,
so that's it.
now y'all have confused me also, and I don't want to go back and watch. Because did we actually take, did we take the second group of votes? Or did I ask for discussion?
redo it, how about that?
Rely on Monica. Monica, are we good? Did we take the second set of votes after the second re-revise? Right, but we didn't vote again, right?
That's right.
They did it the second
Yeah.
time, but if you're going to add an amending, you have not.
Oh, no. Okay, but we did.
We did approve
Okay.
it.
As amended.
No, I mean, meeting before the amendment, did we take that second? Okay, good. So we're good.
So we're good.
All right. We're good. All right. Because we don't want this not to go because the board didn't take the second. Well, we're good. Okay.
I think we're on
All right, we're
good
back.
footing.
Okay. All right.
So thank you for that. I know our employees will be appreciative, and like I say, we'll go to work on processing. The second, the second part,
Y'all gonna get me
the
in
second
trouble.
part of this is a little bit more complicated with compensation. And of course, this is, again, looking at the 2024, 2025 proposed compensation plan. We'd like to work through this presentation. I know there'll be a lot of questions. We did work through very quickly a differentiated scenario that's going to be a little bit more expensive, which would us incur a larger deficit budget. But like I say, we can talk through this. Now, while the retention payment is forthcoming in June, this will not go into effect again until the new contracts go into effect. So it just depends on what those contract start dates are, if the board approves or considers. So without further ado, Renee, turn it over, let you work through compensation.
A point of clarification, so when contracts start, there are individuals in the districts whose contracts start July 1. And this district has a history of including, once the board has given this approval for this proposed compensation plan to be included in the adopted budget, which is until August, we have historically paid those employees who start their contract on July 1, the increase in July and August. So you're all aware of that. So it won't be delayed. As in other districts, you get an amount in September to pay you for the July and August because you're on a different work term than the fiscal year. So this district, again, has a history that tonight, should the board approve a compensation plan of some kind, for those employees that have a contract that becomes a 7-1, they will see that increase in July and August before the beginning of the fiscal year.
I have a question, Dr. Barajas. So we are starting our academic school year, Dr. Jordan, 1 week earlier. Is that correct? That will not change anything? That change in schedule doesn't affect anything? Okay.
It does, actually. What it changed was the accrual of 1 week of compensation, which you saw in the previous budget amendment. By backing up a week, and this is surely an auditing, it actually was, I believe, an $18 million, $19 million increase to this current fiscal year's budget as a result of that payroll accrual. As far as compensation is concerned, backing up a week, we pay in August for those that, say, a teacher coming to work, so that will not have a negative effect. But from an accounting standpoint, we have to book that accrual of backing up a week.
And ending a week earlier.
And ending a week earlier, unless you go the opposite direction, that accrual, you won't see it, in essence, returned. In fact, you'll see another accrual when we back up another week with the 2025, 2026 calendar. It's accounting. Yes, if we go back the other direction, then we would, in essence, see that accrual return, but I can't make that promise. That there's a lot of things that could happen. So just point of clarification. Dr. Bra, sorry.
And as teachers start earlier, their first check will be in August versus when it used to be where September, and we have to do a 13th-month check and things like this, because otherwise, under the old way, they'd be waiting. They'd start work on August 5th and wouldn't get paid until the end of September. That's way too long. So that's been remedied.
Great, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and what we'll do, if it's okay, I know we had a citizen signed up to speak. I wasn't sure if you wanted to speak first or if you wanted to wait till after the presentation.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Yeah, Melina, I apologize.
It's a lot going on. First, I just wanted to thank Corinne for, Trustee Saldana for that clarification. And I think that the thank you to employees is really important, so thank you for that. For the better part of 2 years, Northside AFT has been fighting for a living wage for our auxiliary and support staff members. It truly is heartbreaking that there's still district employees making less than $12 an hour. I think it's irresponsible. We think it's irresponsible of the district not to pay a living wage, forcing their own employees to seek government assistance and aid from local food banks. We can do better. Teachers, of course, are in demand like never before, and Northside is doing their best and must continue to do their best to retain highly qualified teachers and staff, and that means paying them what they deserve. Teachers, counselors, librarians, nurses, custodians, and bus drivers, bus assistants, and child nutrition workers all deserve fair pay, and Northside AFT believes they deserve a raise. And thank you for this discussion. I know the Board of Trustees has continued to have discussions over the 1.5, and 2. Sounds maybe like 2. The district-wide increase would mean that even the highest paid district employees would get a raise. So we've continued to talk about tiered system. For example, a person making $300,000 a year would get 2% raise and receive approximately $6,000, while an IA making $23,000 a year would get approximately $460. That hardly covers groceries for a week for a family of 4. So where's the equity in that? Across-the-board raises mean that folks making $200,000 a year get an increase that's larger than 3 months of salary for an IA. If the district's attempting to be fiscally responsible, that should mean this money spent on raises should be for folks that truly need that raise. Our analysis of the 23-24 budget showed that the district has very conservative spending practice. Northside has a $6.4 million surplus in fiscal year 23. The district's fiscal year 22 surplus was more than $21 million. And given the extreme robust state of the district's reserves, the district can't afford the budget less conservative and dedicate those surpluses for the purpose which they're intended, students, current students and staff. The district has close to 6 months in reserve, while the state recommendation is to have 3 months, and we believe it's fiscally irresponsible and not to use the money for staff and students. We just continue to ask for fair pay for a fair amount of work. We've advocated for no raises for anyone making over $100,000 a year, $110,000 a year, and that money should be used for working families to be able to feed their families every day. A 3% raise for all auxiliary and support staff would get them closer to that $15 an hour start wage, which we've continued to discuss, and address immediate need. A 2% raise for all in teachers, counselors, librarians, nurses. It's humble requests that would allow families to have a little bit extra, and it sounds like you're leading in that direction. And we hope you vote for what's right for working families. So thank you all very much.
Good.
Okay, so Dr. Barras, if you don't mind picking up the conversation, the presentation where we left off. Apologize.
Not at all. Okay, so here's the proposed compensation plan for 24-25 that again will be included in the budget that the board will consider for approval sometime in late August. Upon approval of any kind of compensation plan, budget will then take this and start to incorporate it into the budget, so as well as another agenda item we have coming up, which is the growth and improvement. So the change to the hiring schedule right now is a $1,400 pay increase across all experience levels. That's for both of the hiring schedules we have. We have one hiring schedule for teachers, and we have another hiring schedule for everybody else who is on a hiring schedule. That includes nurses, librarians, counselors, and a whole host of other positions that are tied to that particular hiring schedule. Teachers are on their own with their own hiring schedule. A 2% midpoint increase for all employees on a midpoint pay grade, which is essentially all the other employees who aren't the classifications of employees who are on those two hiring schedules. Substitute teacher pay rates are going to remain the same. You'll see those in a few slides. Next slide, please. So again, the $1,400 pay increase for that group, teachers, nurse, librarian, counselors, we refer to them as the Fab Four because normally when the state does dictate a raise, they usually include those. Sometimes they'll include speech paths on there. And the other educational positions, or OEPs, that are on the hiring schedule will also receive a $1,400 increase. So why $1,400? We're talking about a midpoint pay increase for all the other employees who are on a midpoint. There's a minimum, a mid, and then there's a maximum, and then we base that particular raise on the midpoint. Well, because these other employees are on a hiring schedule, what we do is we take 2% for every single experience level, one all the way down, and then we take an average of the averages, get to a number, and then step back and think, okay, at what level we'd like to set the raise to make sure that the vast majority of employees on the hiring schedule are going to receive at least a 2% raise. And in this case, it's 95% of those positions on the hiring schedule are going to get at least a 2% raise. Or in this case, if you happen to be in year 3 or 4, you're actually getting more than a 2% raise because you are below the average. So that's how that works. And that's how the district has done it for a number of years. Increases starting teacher pay to $60,320. We don't know how that's going to be in relation to the other districts around the area. Mr. Muir and his group, I'm sure, are looking at that to see where we're going to fall on the new graph. So the graph that you're going to see here in a few slides is as of 23-24. As soon as we get the information from all the other districts, or at least our competition, about where their starting salaries are across 0 all the way to 30, we'll provide that in a Friday letter so you can see where we fall. The hiring schedules, again, are adjusted to reflect the $1,400 increase, and we will maintain the differential between years of experience as we have over the last several years. So this is what it looks like if you can see that. So here's the current and proposed teacher hiring schedule. Again, just the teacher hiring schedule comparing 23-24 to 24-25. Again, based on 187 days, master's degree, you add another 1,500, doctorate degree, add 1,500, so on and so forth. Again, very standard. The board has seen this many, many times before. On the differential, between years 1 and 21, the differential is $335. Between 22 and 25 years, it's $450. Between 26 and 31, it goes to $500. I cannot tell you why there are differences in those differentials. That's just the way it's been for a number of years. Next slide, please. That's the graph that I was mentioning. That's 23, 24. We will update that once we have the information from all the other districts that are listed there to see where it all falls out, to see whether or not we are still in that top tier. Next slide, please. So getting away from the hiring schedule and now talking about the midpoint pay increase. We've gone through this mathematics, I think, the last couple of years just for the board's edification to show you what actually happened. So this is a pay grade with currently in 23-24 that has a minimum of $16.66, mid of $19.94, and a maximum of $23.23. So before we apply the 2% to this particular midpoint, we actually make a structural adjustment to all of the min, the mid, and the max by half of what we are proposing. In this case, it's 1%. So you get to the now 24-25 adjusted pay grade range of new amounts, and that's what we apply the 2% to. So the 2% is now applied to $20.14, not $19.94. So that's what we do for all the pay grades. This is based on TASB's recommendation that before you give a raise, you adjust the schedule to take into account the fact that the scales are moving, perhaps taking into account a modest amount of inflation, although inflation has been rearing its ugly head pretty significantly over the last couple of years. But this is the mathematics that we go through. And for those employees that are currently making less than the mid, well, this translates into more than a 2% raise for them. Anybody who's making more than the mid, of course, mathematically, it means that your calculated raise is not going to be the full 2% simply because you're are more than the average. Next slide, please. Again, here is the substitute teacher daily pay rates. Through the spring, we have not heard that other districts around us are going to be increasing their sub rates, and had they been, Mr. Muir and his team would say we probably need to increase our sub pay rate in order to make sure that we have our stable of substitutes. So right now, we have not heard that, so we're going to keep the rates the same for 24-25. Every year is going to be different. If everybody starts to increase those rates, then we may have to decide whether or not, again, substitutes love substituting in Northside, and it's not worth the hassle to go to another district because they're paying a couple of dollars more. We'd have to see. Next slide, please. So the categories as far as what is this 2% midpoint raise going to cost? Well, for the general fund, it's $16.4 million. That is the total amount that we would include in the proposed budget because that currently is calculated on currently filled positions. We have maintained roughly a 6 to 8 to 9% vacancy rate, and we are not going to be budgeting for a raise for some positions that are not going to be filled throughout the year. So we have enough history that tells us why would we budget a raise for a position that is going to be vacant for next year. Child nutrition, and then all the host of other funds you can see for a grand total of about $17.8 million. Is it?
Trustee Duran?
So Renee, just to kind of go back to slide 8, actually, excuse me, slide 6.
6?
This midpoint, yes, the midpoint pay increase slide, that's going to help, if I understood you correctly, balance out the inequities that we keep going back to. Some auxiliary workers got a raise, some didn't. This is a way to balance that?
No, if you're referring to the raise that happened back in January.
Right.
Well, no, at the time when those adjustments were made for those 4 particular pay groups, the pay grades were adjusted a bit, but I mean, they're just getting the raise on top of the raise for those that did get the raise in, I guess it was it January of 23? Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this isn't trying to remedy any kind of, inequity in essence. This is just applying the normal methodology that if we were to go forward with a 2% raise, in this case a midpoint raise, any employee who benefited from that bump that we gave in January of 23, was it January 23? Okay, yeah, I have to test them. So, I want to see heads moving up and down, so in January 23, so in this year that we're in, 23, 24, those same employee groups also received the raise that we gave this past year. So again, this is not trying to remedy any kind of inequity, it's just a raise on top of a raise.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Trustee Freeman?
Dr. Kraft, I know you've talked about this before, but I just want to make sure. So this particular compensation plan that's presented to us here, you said at one time it's certainly not it's not a legal requirement, but we do need to stay under the percentage of our, 90% of our budget that is allocated for salaries. So this, even with this compensation, it keeps us under that 90%, or are we right there?
Yes, ma'am. I'll need to check a quick previous presentation. I think it puts us at 89%, if I remember correctly.
We have historically been in that 88 to 89% range. So there's two ways to look at it. One is from a budgeted perspective. So years past, if you looked at what we have in the budget, presented budget, adopted budget, that represents salaries and benefits, all salaries and benefits, this includes stipends, overtime. It usually was a bit higher than what the actuals were at the end of the year. So is it actual? So we are slowly marching our way toward where salaries and benefits will represent 90 cents of every general fund dollar. This year, it's going to be, I would imagine, 88, 89 again.
88. That's what we've got projected.
Yeah.
From a previous.
Not that that's not high and that we shouldn't be cautious about that, but
If we start getting close to 90%,
It used to be most districts were at about 85%,
Yeah.
somewhere between 80 and 85%, depending on the size of the district. But I think as of late, if districts around the state that are reported to be giving salaries, I think a lot of us are going to be getting toward that 90%.
The challenge becomes paying for your fixed cost, your insurance rate increases, property insurance, boiler, what have you.
Yeah,
that
you have a dime.
It just gets to a point you can't keep the lights on, literally.
for this particular plan, I know that there's certainly been a request, and we hear comments concerning our fund balance, but it is because we have a healthy fund balance that we're able to even consider something like this. And
Well, you don't pay for a raise out of fund balance
Correct.
because, right, you only use it for one-time expenditure. So, some people, healthy is a relative term. So our fund balance right now, the rule of thumb, and it's not a requirement, it's just that districts are asked to say, to have 3 months' worth of operating expenses in fund balance. And so for those of you who go to TASB and hear Mo Casey or TASBO, the 3 months comes from the fact that in September, we start the new fiscal year, and we don't start collecting our taxes until December. So you need to have money in your piggy bank for September, October, November, right? So you don't have to go out and borrow money. That's where the 3 months comes from.
yeah, I kind of understand that, but help me though. So when we talk about proposing a deficit budget, and I know we're not looking at the budget rate, the entire budget, but when we talk about that, we do have to consider the money's got to come from someplace.
No doubt about it.
And
that's
so
Yeah.
that type of piece does come from, this compensation plan will contribute to our deficit budget.
We will be proposing a deficit budget. There is
And-
no question about it.
I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah,
Because
it will be, in this case, recurring. We have the continuity of instruction designated fund balance, not to be confused with what we try to maintain in the 3 months general fund balance. To Renee's point, it's necessary for a couple of reasons. Cash flow purposes, particularly when we're waiting on taxes, local taxes to be collected, state funding, et cetera. The other piece, though, that we need to keep in mind is if we are looking at a future bond, that is going to be one of the areas that financial ratings will definitely look at. Well, how much of their fund balance are they tapping into? And that can absolutely determine a bond rating. Now, we're secured from the PSF, but it still could have an impact if we're demonstrating that we're continuously eating away, dipping into fund balance. Here is the summary. The designated continuity of instruction fund is buying us time. We're buying time, literally, to get to this upcoming legislative session that hopefully we will see meaningful school finance reform legislation, additional resources. But if that doesn't occur, you've seen 88%, maybe closer even to 89% in personnel-related costs. We will not be able to maintain the glide path of a $90 to $99 million deficit budget for more than a half a year. In other words, starting in fiscal year 26, so the 25-26, we will have to start taking a really hard look at efficiencies, programmatic changes, and personnel-related reductions. That's the reality. We will not be able to maintain a $90 million plus deficit budget glide path. They're working on the next 2-year fiscal year budgets already. And we're not making the assumption that the state legislature is getting ready to provide meaningful school finance reform, i.e. additional funding.
Okay. Trustee Doran?
I just want to reiterate for those that you don't get confused, and just for clarity, for the retention bonus, that is separate because we're using ESSER funds.
That's correct.
That's the only, probably one of the only reasons we're able to offer that right now.
Right.
And that may be something we may not be able to offer as we're discussing future years.
We won't be, yeah.
Right? Because of
Correct, right.
the closeness we are to the 90 percentile.
So with growth and improvement, I apologize.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
With growth and improvement, the next item, you're going to see the transferal of positions from ESSER funding to the general fund. We anticipated this forthcoming. But as of September 30th, there's really no further discussion. ESSER becomes a thing of the past. It's either now in general fund or some other form of title funding funded. There will be no remaining ESSER-funded positions and/or programs. So that's also part of the reason why we are proposing this final retention payment as we did, the timing of such, because like I say, it will be ancient history here very soon.
Trustee Saldana?
So I guess this summer we need to work on how can we get our kids to come to school? Because that's where the funding comes from. We can have 200,000 kids, and if we only have 100,000 come to school, we're only going to get money for 100,000, even though we have to plan for 200,000. So we have to figure out a way to improve attendance and improve attendance with staff. Because that's costing us a lot of money.
Yeah, I think that there are definitely some attendance incentives that we can look to put in place. But keep in mind, and this is a national trend, we're actually trending 2 to 3% higher than most of the school districts, even though we're not to pre-COVID attendance rates. We're trending 2 to 3% higher than most of the school districts here in Bexar County. Many are struggling to even be over 90%
But the
in
state
attendance.
is still not giving us money.
No, and that's a function of, and it's been discussed, fund based on enrollment rather than attendance and ADA, and well, that's a whole nother conversation. Because obviously we don't budget based upon attendance rates. We budget based upon students enrolled, i.e. how many staffing units, FTEs as we refer to them, do we need as a result of number of students.
Anybody, any other? I have one that's sort of out there, I'll tell you in advance, this question, but when I was listening, there's some comments and discussion from an employee standpoint. Has there ever been you ever seen a study, anybody in San Antonio, right here, that shows actually, I have to use the word cost of living, but I will, cost of living in the various areas. I know we have employees that live everywhere, but I'm just curious, for example, how North Side area compares to downtown San Antonio, compared to East Central, Far West, with insurance costs, housing costs, rental costs. Has everybody ever done that? Or when we say whatever the living wage, et cetera, is, it's just based on an overall average in San Antonio? I don't think so. I've never seen that. It's not a fair
Yeah, I'm
question.
trying to
I'm just
think. I
curious.
mean, maybe more related to geographic regions, so just
Yeah.
cost of living,
Yeah.
say, for example, in Austin, in comparison to San Antonio. I mean, it's much higher.
Right.
Housing affordability, obviously, is a big driver in those calculations and analysis.
Yeah. Which is true here in San Antonio. There's a big difference, housing.
Yeah.
The
depending on
Federal
areas, et cetera.
Reserve has a bunch of economists that normally go and present at school finance seminars and conferences. They may have done a lot of this data because they do present a lot of that kind of information. The Federal Reserve out of Dallas may have some, you can go to their website and see they have a white paper on that.
Okay. No, I can look too. Okay.
So perhaps the board members who have been around a while remember the Cost of Education Index, Dr.
Oh, yeah.
That used to be the state's way of trying to take into account the fact that it costs more to live in Dallas than it does in San Antonio, they did away with that after House Bill 3. That was a really convoluted Rube Goldberg attempt to pay us more if you were in the metropolitan areas like Houston, right? So like, oh, what's your CEI? Oh, 1.15, and that adjusted how much you got from the state. If you were out in Marfa, it was much lower because the cost of living out there. So, but that's all gone by the wayside. So to your point, that's not what if the state sends you an increase in the basic allotment, you get what you get, and that's it. So for a district like we don't get the small district adjustment or anything like that. We just get the 6160, whether or not that goes a lot farther than, say, if you live in Houston, which does have a higher cost of living, or even Austin now. So you get what you get. That's it.
Trustee Harrell?
So just real quick question. I know you gave the example of the new hourly rate as $18.29. If the living wage for San Antonio is like 12 to 15, I hear the 12, 13, 14, 15, do we have any employee group that makes below that?
We do. I think the lowest rate right now is $11 and change.
And who makes $11?
Compensation? Filter crew? Yeah, grass crew, things like that. Yes, that we have looked at where our lowest employee rates are. And if we were to look at increasing that to a minimum of some other dollar amount, we could certainly do those calculations, but it would not only be the cost to move them from where they are now to a minimum wage of some dollar amount, but then you have to look at the decompression, because now you may have somebody who works for a supervisor and I only make 10 cents less than you do, so then you have to take all that into account. So this is certainly something we can do and cost it and tell you exactly how much it would be if we were to look at what is the minimum rate that Northside wants to offer to all of its employees. It's just going to get us past that 90%.
Based on what the current living wage is, which
Yeah, and I
12
don't
to
know what that
15.
is, but I'm sure that, that
think
board
it's-
for San Antonio, we would know what that is, estimated based on the inflation, and then if we were to then say, well, then we will always keep up with that living wage, that's a slippery slope, only because we are not designed to keep up with inflation, because we don't have a product that we sell that we pass on the cost to our customers, the way all of us have seen for the things that you normally buy. We are on fixed income. We are retirees on a fixed income. And unless the legislature comes in and increases the basic allotment, then we have to make do with what we get. So,
And making this recommendation, I'll be the first to admit, if you were to just look at this from an economist perspective, no additional revenue from the state. We have a decreasing student enrollment. That's the reality. You've seen that we are dropping our projected ADA, which will be a reduction in state revenue going into next school year. We have the SHARS revenue hit to the tune of $18 to $20 million. You have, of course, health insurance, which we're going to work very diligently to try to maintain flat premiums. But if you just kind of start looking at all these variables, and then you pose the question, and you're proposing a 2% general pay increase that is going to be an additional $18 million variable that is going to factor into this deficit, just from a pure economist standpoint, they would be really scratching their head.
Yeah, I got it.
How does this add up? It doesn't. It defies economist logic. But the piece that is left behind is, again, in order for us to be able to take care of 100,000 students plus, minus, we have to take care of the 13,000 employees. To Renee's point, what he just described is a full-on pay equity study. It would take probably a little bit over a year to fully make these comparisons to the market, not necessarily just teacher pay scales and what other districts, but truly to the market, with trades being compared to trades within Bexar County. With the state, and this was a point of discussion in one of our finance committees, but with the state not providing additional revenue, this would be a completely futile effort, because what Renee just articulated and described are called equity adjustments. And within classifications and bands, you have to start making equity adjustments, particularly those that are well below 90% of the market. It gets really expensive, because some will receive pretty significant pay increases depending on where they fall within those market values. Others may not. But to get there, you also have to make other small adjustments for what Renee just described as decompression. So if employees that are, say, at 70% of the market need to be moved to 90% of the market, but yet then we're passing supervisors, all of these adjustments have to be made in tandem and in conjunction with one another. Otherwise, your whole pay structure gets completely out of whack. We are not in that position, especially right now. And so when we start talking about tiered or differentiated pay structures, 1%, 2%, and 3%, there is also concern that each one of these movements, while not saying it's not necessarily warranted, I would need to see that equity study to really be able to definitively make that recommendation. But those adjustments are going to make potentially an equity study and those equity adjustments just that much more complicated in the future. It's not impossible. Nothing's impossible. Budget finance will, they'll have some choice words for me. But at this point, the recommendation is, let's try to keep up with inflationary pressures as much as we possibly can, which is why we're proposing a 2% rather than a full-on equity study and then a more of a differentiated approach. We just can't afford it at this point. I wish we could. And hopefully in the future, pending state legislation, we can have a different conversation, because we need to. But that's just not the recommendation I can make confidently at this point.
So, given the information that's been shared, does any board member have any comments that they may want to share their thoughts on it? Again, this one is for approval, and remember, it goes toward the 2024-25 budget, but, go ahead. Yeah, trustee. Yeah.
I have a question. Dr. Kraft, as we try to remain competitive with salaries, is the district competitive with the overall benefits packages? Insurance and so forth.
I believe we are. I'm going to let Mr. Muir answer that question. We look at, of course, we just recently transitioned to a partially self-funded health insurance plan, so we have a little bit more control over premiums versus a good majority of the district still subscribing to TRS. I believe we are. It's something, though, that we continually have to track and monitor, because that is, when you look at the end of the month and payday, those benefits, i.e. the cost of health insurance premiums, it's really the same as compensation. If we've got health plans that are completely out of whack and out of the market and affordability, range of affordability, really what we're talking about is moot, a 2%. And like I say, in visiting with our consultant, and Ben's giving me the thumbs up, so I don't know if that's, you missed it completely, but I think to answer your question, we're very competitive. We're continuing to monitor. I think the one difference is that we're going to try to maintain flat premiums for, keep in mind the January plan year, health insurance is a little bit different, so it'll be January of 25 plan year. We may have to do a little bit of plan tweaking, formulary tweaking, but that's absolutely a part of the conversation, that not only maintaining competitive, but also trying to control what we're seeing in the health industry with escalating health insurance costs, particularly formulary prescription drugs right now. That's where the market's seeing the greatest increase, to the tune of 9 to 12% already this year. Did I answer the question?
Good. Okay, any commentary from the board or anything any board member wants to discuss? If not, is there a motion to come before the board? Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, I move approval of the compensation plan as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, if not, it's been moved and second that we approve the compensation plan as presented. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, state nay. Great, motion carries. Thanks, Dr. Kraft, and also Renee and the rest of the staff and everybody else for, I know we got growth and improvement still, but for at least these two discussions.
No, thank
We'll
you.
go growth and improvement.
We'll work to communicate. Like I say, I know that we talked about this earlier this morning in Cabinet with Barry Perez and his team. We want to make sure that, like I say, employees clearly understand both actions that the board has taken, so we appreciate your support and would love to do more. We're just not in that position right now. So with growth and improvement, I think that you've had the opportunity to review this. Renee, Tiffany, I'll allow you to talk a little bit about growth and improvement. These are the positions, obviously, that we really work through with a fine-tooth comb, and we try to be pretty diligent about, again, the positions that are going to be recurring expenditures, recurring cost, and going forward. This is, like I say, a pretty scaled-back package that we're putting before you. Renee?
Okay, so there are two big components that go into every budget. One is G&I, which is now GIME, because there's mandatory things in there as well as ESSER, at least for this year. Next year, it'll go back to just GIM. You have seen most of these positions that are going to be included, so this is kind of a truncated version of the GIME, simply because we are showing you additional positions that we are asking to be included in the budget for 24-25 that Mr. Muir under Human Resources will cover in more detail. But because again, we didn't want to bombard you with the same kind of information that you saw last time. So on the first slide, these are additional positions of 9.5 that are non-campus-based units that we are going to be including in next year's budget, and Mr. Muir will cover them. So that's an additional cost to the entire GIME package. And you can see them listed there, and again, Mr. Muir will probably go into more detail. But we did not want to include any positions in the proposed budget that the board has not given us approval for us to include. On the next are the additional campus-based units, of which there are a total of 9, 2 for Chumley Elementary, as well as 7 which are direct classroom support, that through the process, a lot of moving parts, trying to figure out which positions were currently funded in ESSER that we wanted to move over into the general fund. So these were additional positions that were identified that are being asked to be moved over into the general fund, which will be a general fund cost. Next slide, please. So again, some other costs that you'll be, essentially a recap of what we are going to be asking the board to give us approval to include in the budget for next year. And really, the meat of the matter is on the next slide, if we can go there. That really finally shows you in total all of the GIME cost, which includes FTEs or campus-based units, non-campus-based units, as well as all the other things that are not related to hiring a human being. So the total growth and improvement, or GIME, is $26.1 million. Of that, 413.67 units are represented in that number. As you can see over off to the side, the mandate is just over $500,000 at 579. ESSER is the majority of it. One of the things that the superintendent has mentioned several times is the fact that we did set up an instructional continuity committed fund balance specifically for this purpose, which was we knew that when ESSER ended that there were going to be some costs related to ESSER, mainly in the way of FTEs that were going to be asked to be moved into the general fund, which is why we set up that instructional continuity. And if you look on the next slide, the summary, here is the breakout with the number of units. Again, it's $26.1 million, the majority of which, of course, is going to the general fund. You see 579,000 is going to be absorbed by the Child Nutrition Fund, which can absorb those. And then it's broken up into the ESSER positions of $17 million that we're bringing over, 308 units from ESSER into the general fund, as well as all the other units, about 8.5, represented by 94.17 units. Normally, this is the biggest cost driver to the budget every year. Right, breathing down its neck is usually if we are going to consider any kind of pay increase. Those are the two big components that we, again, are going to incorporate into the budget for next year. So as you can see right now, with $16 million for the 2% proposed pay increase, as well as the dollar amount that is going into the general fund, our expenses are increasing for next year. So if you go to the final slide, you can see the general fund's increase in expenditures is $25.5 million, all in. Other funds, again, child nutrition, just over $500,000 for a grand total of $26.1 million. Now, keep in mind, and I've said this several times through the spring months, is that $25.5 million, all of that will not go into the proposed budget because there's a number that we are going to pull back from that because this represents in totality everything that is in GI and G&I. But we're not going to budget for these because we know that even though Mr. Muir and his team's best efforts, we're not going to hire all these positions. There are positions that we are going to have on the books, so to speak, that we know we're not going to hire next year because they're having such a hard time getting these positions. So we are not going to budget for positions we pretty much know we're not going to be able to hire throughout the year. Most of these are specialized positions. Now, if Mr. Muir were to come to cabinet or to senior staff and say that there are teachers out there that we are not hiring, we will make those adjustments through the budget amendment process to recognize the increase in cost. But to do so at the beginning means that we're over budgeting and we do not want to do that, so.
Okay. Comments or questions from the board? Anyway, and I know y'all wait for Mr. Rimmer. He's coming up next, the next item. So everybody sort of saw you get up a little bit and they got nervous.
So we're asking approval to include the G&I packages in the 24-25 budget.
Okay.
And just a point of clarification, the previous two items, really the previous item, this item, and then the next two that Mr. Muir will present, we will have a close to near final budget for your consideration to review at the meeting on June 25th.
Okay.
These are the drivers.
Which is a whole month plus earlier.
We need to be early this month. And like I say, the task at hand was really going to be working on fiscal year 26, 27.
There's two sides of the budget coin. There's expenditures and there's revenues. Expenditures, everybody helps you spend the money. But there's only a few people that actually calculate where it's coming from. So we won't know what our maximum compressed tax rate is because we don't have our certified values until July. So revenues are going to be an estimate based on the mixture between state and local. Because again, if our MCR is going down, meaning the maximum compressed rate because our values are going up 7%, then the mixture between state and local is going to be different than what we can predict right now. Yet again, if we are building the budget around 93,500 ADA, throughout the fall months. If we see we're not hitting that target, then again, we're coming back to the board to adjust the budget via a budget amendment to push down our revenue estimates because the kids aren't there, so.
Okay.
But expenditures, yes, we will have an estimate for the board, which we will share at the regular scheduled June board meeting about where all the expenditures lie, and maybe an estimate of where we think revenues are going to be.
Okay. And again, this item was, as stated,
Okay.
scheduled if the board so chooses to take action, so it'd be included in the general fund budget that would be discussed. Is there a motion to come before the board?
So move.
Okay, we have a motion, and we have a second. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, so been moved to second that we approve the growth and improvement package as presented. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great, motion carries. Thank you. All right, that completes our business and finance, which is a big focus tonight. Next is our human resources. Dr. Kraft?
So I'll let, where are you going, Ben?
I know, that's why I changed it.
You're HR.
I am.
They're business finance. So,
I'm back.
so
I'm
these
back.
these next two items are again, additional base campus units, non-campus units. And like I say, these are really, again, the two other driving variables. We try to really look hard to go through with a fine-tooth comb as to needed positions, and so I'll let Ben work through these two items, and then we'll try to answer any questions you may have.
So you should have these in your board docs, and they'll be up on the screens too. But like Renee said in his presentation, as far as the campus-based, 5 teachers, 4 instructional assistants. So Monica, I think the next slide will show exactly what, as far as the teacher ask, what that looks like. Maybe not. All right, so on the campus piece, if you have it on your board docs, it says 5 teachers, 4 IAs. 1 was the GT teacher at Chumley, 1 was a special ed teacher at Chumley, 1 deaf and hard of hearing teacher, and then 2 Second Chance Academy teachers, which I believe, Ray, you may have to correct me if I'm wrong, but those were ESSER funded, now moving to the general fund for the Second Chance Academy teachers. And then also built within there is 4 special education instructional assistants. So those are the ask for the campus-based units.
Okay. Comments, questions? Again, this one is scheduled for possible action. All right, do we have a motion to come before the board?
I move that we approve the 24-25 growth and improvement package as presented by Mr. Muir.
Go back one, Carol.
Go back one?
Yeah, this is the additional campus-based units.
Oh,
Or go up
we have to do, okay.
2 separate ones.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to add the campus-based staffing units.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay. Moved and second that we approve the additional campus-based units as presented. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good. Motion carries. All right.
All right,
Non-campus-based.
the next group is the non-campus-based units, and as you can see, the total equals 9.5. And on the next page that you'll see as well is kind of where those are housed under, whether it's administration, business and finance, or C&I. The turnaround coordinator, I know, Dr. Jordan, that was one that was ESSER funded, asking to move to the general fund. Avid as well? Avid as well, moving from ESSER to general.
Yeah, both of those even existed before ESSER,
Mhm.
and we just used the opportunity to put them in ESSER, and so the request is they go back in the general fund where they existed prior.
Obviously, the student attendance liaisons, talking about increasing ADA are important. The field manager, I think we discussed this position. This is really a result of moving away from that being outsourced. So we're going to manage our own fuel, which are hundreds of thousands of gallons at our 5 transportation depots to include maintenance vehicles. This will be a full-time job in the sense that we had our a fuel contractor performing these services previously. So we'll manage it in-house.
Okay. I move that we approve the non-campus based units additional FTEs.
Second.
All right, motion second, discussion, trustee Saldana?
Mr. Muir, what is a half athletic trainer, stadium trainer?
That, Ms. Aldana, is actually going to be a half athletic trainer that will work with Stan's office, with everything training as far as injuries and working with the schools. The other half, what we did there, it'll be a full-time position. They're going to teach at Health Careers some of the sciences. So they've been in need for some support in the training department. So what we decided to do was come with this half unit that could also serve a purpose at Health Careers.
So the position that we're asking for is a half.
Correct.
So
I think they're going to
if
teach
he's
4
going to work
periods.
at Health Careers and at the stadium, how is that going to be half?
4 periods, I think, or 3 or 4 will work class periods at Health Careers. The other half of the day working with Stan wherever they're needed in terms of training issues.
Well, I understand that, but that makes it a full position if he's going to work half a day at Health Careers and then half a day at Northside.
Understand. Okay, I'm sorry. So the funding for this will be from the ask is for the
Extra.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, and he will have a daytime job, or is he taking some of the responsibility off the athletic trainers from the schools?
My understanding, Ms. Aldana, is that he's going to work, or she, I don't know who it is, with the schools wherever they're needed. The other half, after they do their teaching responsibilities at Health Careers.
So if we were to have an athletic trainer that became ill for 2 or 3 weeks, we would send this person at least half the time over there?
Yes.
We could.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, any further discussion? All right, if not, we move to second, that we approve the non-campus-based units as presented. All those in favor, signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right, we'll show it as a 6-0.
6-0, and we need to just show for the
Carol
minutes,
was out.
Monica, that Dr. Harrell stepped out from the.
Thank you all.
Good, thank you, thank you. All right, next we go to the low attendance waivers.
Yes, sir, Mr. Blunt, Dr. Kraft, trustees. First of all, that there's nothing severe. We are monitoring the weather. It's just some good old rain,
Oh,
is
okay.
what they're telling me. So, speaking to the actual item, low attendance waivers, already it's been discussed in terms of the importance of enrollment and attendance. Those of you that attended a policy committee recently, we went way into detail as far as what we're doing, efforts and so forth in terms of anything, all of our initiatives in that area. So here we are at the end of the school year, and as we've done in the past, what TEA has done is they allow and recognize us trying to work in terms of attendance. And so anytime there is an issue, typically weather-related, safety-related, health-related, they will allow us to actually ask for a waiver and remove that day for that school, or sometimes even as a district, out in terms of if it's going to hurt our attendance. So what we bring to you tonight are, the ask is to submit 4 waivers for this school year for different reasons that we would like to remove from our attendance because it actually will hurt us. So you have an actual little summary. I'm not going to read it to you. The first one, and as I go through, I kind of illustrate, Jordan Middle School in early September or mid-September had a storm-related power outage. So for that day, we were actually not able to take attendance because of the time that it actually occurred. And so we're asking for that day to be removed for that school. We also have another school-related one, Luna Middle School. This one's a social media thread that sadly we've dealt with these more than we would like to. But on this particular day, also in September, the 18th, due to the threat and all the social media energy, we actually sent communication out, but our attendance was low, such that we are able to apply for a waiver. And I should also include that, and I'm looking at Dr. Guevara here. When you are 10% lower in attendance from the previous year, and have one of the reasons, whether it be weather or everything I just described, safety or health, you can apply for a waiver, and those days are removed. So the first two are for Jordan and Luna, for those 2 days to be submitted. Then we have 2 district-wide days that we'd like to have removed that would hurt our attendance. The first one is January 16th. I don't know if we were single digits, but it was very cold that day. Didn't even get to 70% of attendance. So because of the freezing temperature and the large number of kids that were absent that day, we've submitted for, or would like to submit for a waiver for that day and take that day taken out of our calculation. And then the final day, more recently, was the eclipse. The Texas Department of Public Safety actually put out a concern issuing a state of emergency. This one, and we were going back and forth with TEA because a number of schools submitted on that day for a waiver, and they were waffling back and forth. In the end, I think just last week, Adrian, our SIS director, confirmed that they will allow a submission. So those are the 4, 2 campus and 2 district-wide days that for attendance purposes would hurt us, and that we, under the guidelines, would like to submit a waiver and have those taken out. And eventually, obviously, we think that will help our attendance, our ADA. And so, as we've done in the past, we bring these, and the ask is for us to submit them. And so far, in all our years, we've not, knock on wood, been declined when we submit these waivers. So our ask is to submit them for the school year as it comes to a close.
Trustee Duran?
So how many of those do we get to get waived? Do we pick, like we have 5, we can pick the whole year, or do we have a number, a cap?
I think what you might be thinking of is if school was out and you get into the minute situation, which is a different type of waiver. This is just strictly for, as I just described, an attendance issue, something such that the attendance on that day, Dr. Duran, when you look a year ago, was in comparison 10% or more less, and you had one of these reasons, we're asking, please don't count that day for this reason. There's a lot of supporting documents there for you, and so we would ask for that day to be removed.
I guess my question is, let me restate it. Is there a number, like you get to get 5 requests to be waived? Do we have a number? Or
There is no
can be
number.
an infinite number?
Well,
It-
you wouldn't
this
want
is
to
a-
ask for an infinite number.
This-
In
yeah.
theory, yes. I mean, if whatever reason, probably the biggest one I can give you an example was the Snowvid, or when we had the storm, where districts across the state of Texas submitted for a week plus of days that due to, catastrophic situation,
Okay.
we couldn't have school.
And this is really more a financial request, in the sense that we don't be penalized for unusually low ADA, which we'll demonstrate. They usually ask for documentation. Well, the eclipse, well, okay, you can see that very clearly everyone across the state, nation was experiencing the eclipse. The cold day, they may ask us to submit a weather report.
It's like asking your teacher to drop your lowest quiz grade.
Exactly, it's good
Right.
analogy, yes.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, any other comments, questions?
I move that we approve the low attendance waivers request.
All right, motion and second, any further discussion? All right, moved and second, that we approve the low attendance waivers as requested. All those in favor, signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, next we go into the superintendent area. I was looking, I suggest, why don't we do the TASB resolutions first, and then we can go into the reorganization and then we'll be going to superintendent evaluation.
Yes, sir. So I think you've had the opportunity to briefly review a draft. I know Dr. Harrell, Ms. Freeman, Corinne, you've worked on some of the edits, revisions. We've also submitted it to Kelly Rosti, who, even though she left us, she very obligingly would review these, which, seeing her new position, is in essence, over these resolutions. It's never a bad move. So she's reviewed them. So like I say, you have those attached, I believe, in your board packet. And this is your opportunity, again, for any further edits, recommendations, and/or consideration.
And if
Can I add just a couple things? So, just so that we're kind of clear on the purpose of this, this is really to give TASB information on what our board feels. It's input into TASB's activities and involvement from this. I mean, it's not to go to the legislature from here to our legislators. It's really to inform TASB. And the reason why I kind of thought to take this a little more seriously is TASB does look at districts very seriously, like Northside, for direction and input. And so, and then I also kind of think it was an opportunity for TASB to hear us. So it's just a form of voice as far as purpose goes. There were a couple of things that were kind of outdated too, that like improvement required campuses really don't have a lot to do with what's going on right now, things like that. So we looked for updatedness, so to speak. We looked at voice with Northside and what's going on with Northside and how we felt about some things. So that's really where the tweaks came from. But this is your opportunity. If you're reading it and going, that doesn't sound like our board or doesn't sound like me, we still have till June 14th. So one more opportunity.
Can I
The only thing I'll add is we won't meet again. We don't have a scheduled meeting until June 25th.
I thought we had one,
We'll be in graduations and SLI.
We're skipping that one because of that.
I thought we had a called board meeting the week of graduations.
No, ma'am.
Oh, we took that off?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I
it was, so I'm sorry, I would have had it earlier then.
You would have got one?
Okay, never mind then. So this is your only opportunity. I guess you could email it to Dr. Kraft then.
Wouldn't be able to be board approved.
Well, we saw it already
Oh.
once before.
It,
I'm sorry.
We saw these
Yeah.
same one.
yeah,
Well, no,
but
they've
it
been
changed.
edited,
This is very
modified, like I
different.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Karen?
Trustee Freeman, go ahead.
If I make a suggestion, Carol, thank you for your work on all of this. Also, to add to what Carol had just said, approving these resolutions doesn't guarantee that they actually get to
Right.
the delegate assembly. So this goes through 2 committees of the TASB board, then it goes to the TASB board for approval, and then to the delegate assembly. That whole process, Carol is on the legislative committee, so she'll be able to speak to these particular resolutions. She will also have an opportunity, if there is a resolution that we feel that's,
Right.
I don't know what could happen between now and, there's all kinds of, after this election, what might happen between now and June 15th. But if Carol or the board decides that there needs to be an emergency resolution of sorts, Carol can go ahead and propose that to the committee and to the TASB board. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just additional explanation.
Yeah, and there's flexibility. I mean, if we approve tonight, because of the way the process works, there's also usually negotiation anyway, because they'll see another district that may be similar, and they'll sort of call and say, hey, what do y'all think? So if we want to change something later, we actually could, just because of the way the process works.
And if TASB decides to combine these with resolutions from other school districts, which happens very frequently, they will contact the superintendent, board president, and then since Carol is on the committee and a TASB director, they'll contact the 3 of you. So you'll have the opportunity to either accept that or propose an amendment to even that, et cetera. So there's still some, yeah, as Bobby said, there's still some.
Sausage making.
Yes. So with that,
Well, so if there are any improvements, do you want any input or just we vote tonight as is without, okay, gotcha.
I think it'd be helpful to go ahead and take
yeah.
action, vote, so that way they can be submitted
I
by
got
the
you.
proposed deadline. And then, like I say, we'll work through the process thereafter.
Karen started with that. With that what?
Oh, I'm sorry, I would move approval.
Is there, after with that movement approval, is there a second?
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I will say thanks, Carol and team, for what y'all pulled together. As you said, these are important, so thank y'all for doing that extra work on it. Okay. Any other? All right, now it's been moved and second that we approve the TASB resolutions as presented. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. Got some TASB resolutions.
Thank you. We'll get them submitted.
Okay. So the next item we have is a reorganization of the Board of Trustees in accordance with our policy, our policy as well as our operating procedures. We, each year at this time, we relook at first the officers part of it, which is in A, and then part B, we look at the various 8 or so committees that we have, or committees and related. So I guess the first one is on the reorganization side. And usually we'll start, it's up to the board, how you want to handle that part. Trustee Freeman?
Yeah, just to make a comment, because we have some new board members here. In the past, and it doesn't mean that we need to continue, but in the past, we've kept our board president, we've kept the same person as board president for a couple of years. And we have also, in general, done that with the other 2 officers' positions, with some exceptions. And there's been some reasons why we've moved that around. But my suggestion would be, we currently don't have a secretary because Gerald was the secretary, so we would have to replace the secretary. But Bobby, it would be my, I guess I could make a motion. Do you mind if I make a motion?
Yeah, it's up to you.
And then we can, I would like to move that we continue with our board president and vice president, Bobby Blunt and Corinne Saldana.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to decide. I think it's sort of interesting when you're the one that's got to call for the motion on that. Or is there any further discussion on that? All right. Now it's been moved and second that we approve Bobby Blunt continue as president and Corinne Saldana as vice president. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
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 Those opposed? Do we have a conflict of interest?
I
Yeah, I thought about that. Okay.
I didn't oppose, I was pointing for aye.
All right. And then that leaves our board secretary position.
So I think it's a good time to start allowing some leadership positions for our no longer our 2 newest, because Homer would be our newest. So either David or Carla. And I was just kind of thinking, David, with your law enforcement background, you might be a good secretary to hold up the numbers and let them know when their time's up. So I'd like to nominate David if he's willing.
I'll accept it.
Okay. So if we have it done that way, is there a second to the nomination?
I second that.
Yeah, there's a couple ways we can do it. Okay, we can do it that way. Okay. So we have a motion and second. Is there any further discussion? All right. Now it's moved and second that we approve David Saldana, Trustee David Saldana, as our board secretary. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Motion carries. All right. And thank you all. There's a lot of different ways you can do those. And to be honest, we choose different paths, but thank you all for that part of it. And thanks for the vote of confidence again. Really appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So here's the next one we have. This is a fun one, especially figuring out how we want to do it. So our board of committee assignments, remind me, we can do it a couple ways. We can have everybody go ahead and identify which boards, committees they want to serve on tonight. And then we'll come back next time when it comes to actually selecting the committee chairs for those, once we have that list. The question is, first, go ahead.
Well, Monica, it's in our blue folder.
That's the old one. Oh, you wrote something down? Oh, my bad.
In here on your agenda.
Oh, write it down.
Parental
Right.
highlighted ones are the ones you need to fill.
Blank.
And then, this one just allows, anyone
Well, let's,
put their name on it.
Yep. It's blank, it's blank.
let me ask you, does everybody feel, let's try it differently. Okay? If I had called out, for example, if I said, how many want to be on the academics committee? Could we raise our hand and just get it that way, and then we get it all done? And if somebody's uncertain, they can always sign up later?
We'll just need to keep a,
John?
we'll just need to keep a run, yeah, we'll need to keep a running slate, and then if the board's in agreement, if there's consensus, just ratify or vote on it at the very end.
Yeah.
Together, okay.
So how many want to be on the academics committee again? So you got Karen and you see, 1, 2, you got 4? Oh, 5. Okay, 5. 6. Well, hold it. All right. That's good. 6. All right.
Okay, who's my no on academics is what I need.
It's not a no, it's just, I'm not on it.
Okay.
I don't want.
So one who's not versus all of them that are.
That actually will probably be helpful, just in the sense that
Yeah.
work obligations, what have you, we'll still have a pretty good
Yeah.
sized academic committee, so that works out actually well.
Okay, let's get through all the rest. This got to balance out, y'all. Now, building committee, 1, 2, 3.
And I would like to stay as chairman of it.
Oh, no, we're not there yet. Okay. Duly noted. Well, hold on. Slow down on that part. Let's hold off on chairs. We'll discuss that. All right, so we had 3 on building committee. That side.
Remember, building is in the mornings, 8 to 12 or 8 to 11, unless
Y'all change it.
there's a necessity for a change.
Yep. All right, so we had 3. You good? Okay. Finance committee? Oh, 4, 5. Okay, everybody but Carol and Bobby. Bobby and Carol. Carol and Bobby. Good. All right. I guess I gotta sign up for something. Policy and intergovernment relations? I do that. So there's 5. So everybody but Carla and David. And technology? 3 for, 4. No, David was not, you were not technology, were you? No, I'm technology.
I just need, I need the ones that are not.
Oh, are not? Okay. All right, so that takes care of the committee part of it. The next one that we have is our NISD representative to the, that's TASB Board of Directors. I think that stays, yeah. I hope everybody's fine. That stays Carol. Yeah, we don't want to change that. You know, I will tell y'all a story about that one, although it's getting late. This is the one that, I don't know why TASB doesn't change this, because from TASB's perspective, you're on for 3 years, right? But we do it each year. But anyway, nevertheless.
So what are you saying, Bob?
Nothing. No. It's just, no. One of us need to change. But probably us. Just make it. Anyway, okay. No, I don't mean change you. I mean change how, to say that. Okay, I'm bad. All right, I'll move on. Delegate alternative to the TASA TASB convention?
And that's going to be in San Antonio this year,
Mhm.
isn't it?
Yeah.
September?
You want, okay. So Carla says she wants to. Does anybody else like to serve in that role?
Corinne, don't you still have to do this?
No.
Corinne doesn't have to, but she has been on the LAC.
Right.
So my thought is Corinne should be the delegate, Carla can be the alternate, but Corinne has already served on the LAC and has been involved in those conversations.
But hold on, let me understand. I thought the LAC was already going to be able to participate separately outside.
Not in
Oh,
the
they don't
delegate
do that?
assembly.
Okay.
Carol does because she's a
Yeah.
TASB director.
Yeah, I thought it was both. Okay.
But she has already been on the LAC, so
Okay.
it,
All right, so we got Corinne and Carla.
And Carla could still go.
Oh, yeah. No, it's,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can go, you can still
it's,
go.
it's fun. It really is. It is fun.
It is interesting, good people.
Okay, so Corinne and Carla there. Next, we have the representative to NEF, and we do try to, hopefully, Carl, that's you right now, right? We usually try to move that around, correct?
And I have never been it, but if someone wants to
Now you
keep
got it.
going, that's one position I have not done yet.
All right. Duly noted. Is everybody okay?
I don't mind doing it as an alternate or
We have an alternate now?
delegate. I have the time.
Okay, so one,
And they're in the evening.
Usually.
okay, so, yeah, that's fine. So Carol, and then
Ann says she can.
Carla.
I'm gonna go too, though.
Okay, good. I think we've got them all. And now, what we would do, yeah, we did schedule that for approval. So,
Chairs.
not yet. Yeah,
Approve the
we'll
slate
do it next time.
as discussed.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all hear that? Do we want to approve the slate as discussed?
Yes.
All right, so somebody make a motion that way? Somebody may have said yes, or?
So move.
Why you put the dog? Why not? I'm sorry. All right, dog. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the slate as discussed. All those in favor? I'm sorry, any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, okay, good. So thank you all. We have our new committee assignments, and we'll work through the board chairs. We have one that already said they wanted to, but we'll work through that appropriately. Okay. So now that takes us to our future agenda items. And I know y'all see superintendent evaluation, but we're going to be going to executive session on that part. So that's a future.
So as mentioned.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Trustee
Oh, I
Freeman?
don't, future agenda items. Dr. Kraft can continue, but I have one that I'd
Okay.
like to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Dr. Kraft.
And that'd be perfect. It's a pretty light working agenda. Obviously, we have academic committee meeting coming up, and a building committee that will very much forge the consent agenda. We do need to bring forward the 23-24 Health Advisory Committee Annual Report, which does need to be reported publicly. We'll be bringing forward the optional flexible school day for the Chavez Excel Academy. We're planning on bringing in a local policy pertaining to GPA and GPA calculations, following a policy first reading. And then we anticipate that we'll have a few principal appointments and just kind of the last summary of the intruder audit reports. So actually, all 132 campuses, we've received confirmation where we did have the safety, security, exterior door audit completed.
Okay.
So they're complete.
Okay.
Trustee Freeman.
Yeah, just a couple things. One, regarding, I'm requesting that this go before policy. We have in the past had a booklet, it was a trifold booklet of our Northside advocacy agenda. So if we could begin discussion on that.
Okay.
And the completion date would be as soon as the beginning of the following school year, with the intent that when we talk to our Bear County delegation, that we have that in hand.
Okay.
Can I add something to what you just stated too? Yes, thinking about that one. If it's, as part of that discussion, it would be great also if there's something local that we may want to advocate. I don't know, like sidewalks or some of the things that are more citywide, where they're marked, or those type of things. Could we at least have that? We've never done that before, but at least include that in discussion too. Things we may want city councils and others to look at for us.
Sure. Sounds
Okay.
good. That was it.
Oh, that was it? That was the one?
Okay, we can definitely add that to the policy agenda. It might be also warranted to discuss in our team of 8 training, team building.
Yeah.
We can add it. It's turning into a pretty lengthy agenda. We haven't set the date yet.
We need to
I've
do
got a
that.
couple things to discuss. Like I say, we're as we're approaching graduation and looking into the summer, but that'll be forthcoming.
Did you want to wait or propose a date now for the retreat?
Not really.
Okay, wait. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fair. You're honest. Okay.
If there was
Oh, yeah.
Doing it between
Oh.
the triples. So,
That's what we don't have.
It'll have to be a publicly, keep in mind, we'll have to meet the gender posting requirements, and it also has to be
Location.
an accessible location to the general public.
And
That's
in
the
Northside.
challenge.
And in Northside.
And in the district. That's the other challenge, thank you.
never mind that.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but that would be a challenge.
Michael, do we have that list of which trustees are going to what graduations? Okay.
Let us send that out in this upcoming Friday letter. There'll be a Friday letter this Friday, and we'll provide that, again, an updated, or not really updated, just a current graduation schedule. And then we'll start looking at some dates, because we do need to start looking at board retreat,
right.
Team of 8 training.
Okay. And also, everybody's got don't lose those, everybody knows how important that package is for your Alamo Dome and the other passes.
Yep.
Because they don't play down there, so.
And they probably, for the first graduation, just as a reminder, don't make the U-turn, make the left turn to get into Lot A. If you make the U-turn, they'll have it coned off, and you won't be able to
Get back.
you won't be able to get in. You'll have to make a full circle, or you'll have to run over some cones. Not saying from experience or anything.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on future agenda items?
I don't think so.
All right, so the Board of Trustees on May 28, 2024. How much time? I say 10:30? We'll say 10:30 for now. We'll convene a closed meeting and with Texas Government Code sections that 551 that were identified. Discussion take place on the items that were listed. And so we'll meet at 10:30 and we'll go over to the area to meet.
H, we're going back into H again.
H. All right. So the Board of Trustees beginning at, 12:10, not PM, it's AM. Well, I gotta change this form, AM. We'll convene an open meeting. That's good, that too. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, May 29th, thank you. So action can take place on the items. Is there a motion to become before the board on the appointments? Yeah, Trustee Duran?
Sure, I make a motion that we approve the appointments.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve the appointments. Is there any discussion? No, it's been moved and second that we approve the appointments as discussed in closed meeting. All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Good. All right. Is there a motion to come forward on the superintendent? Let me say that. So during the superintendent evaluation, the board noted that it's definitely very, very pleased, and our superintendent's performance has really been very good, great for our district during this time period that we had this evaluation and moving us forward. So we provide that positive feedback. We also had a chance to discuss some areas that we continue to improve on. So it was a great discussion in that particular regard. We also discussed the possibility of extending the superintendent's contract from a 3 to a 5 year, and also applying a 2% compensation increase. So those were the discussions that we had during the superintendent evaluation. Is there a motion to become before the board on the superintendent's evaluation? Trustee Harrell?
I move that we approve the superintendent's contract as discussed in executive session
Okay, and a pay increase also?
with a pay increase, 2% pay increase.
Okay,
Second.
all right. I have a motion and a second. All those, any discussion? All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. Thank you all. And this, we'll close our meeting out. And we're not going to close our meeting out. Okay, that was Karen. All right.
Appreciate it very
Well, we'll see y'all today.
much.
I can't say tomorrow because it's already.
See you here in a little